Hi everyone! Don't make fun of my arms. It's very hot in Melbourne at the moment. We're experiencing a heat wave, and we have got a heat wave now for the past 3 days. We're going to be having a heat wave now for a total of 7 days by the time it finishes. But anyway, hello, I'm Ross. You're obviously here because you are here to watch a James Bond review, and today we have the first in Roger Moore's James Bond outings, and we have Live and Let Die, the 1973 classic Live and Let Die, not the first Roger Moore movie that I saw, but it is up there with one of the best Roger Moore movies that he has made as James Bond. Guy Hamilton, director of the previous movie Diamonds Are Forever, returns here again. This is his now third James Bond movie. He directed Goldfinger back in, I'm not even going to try and guess what year that was at this point, but I am, 62, 63, 1964. He then directed Diamonds Are Forever, 1971, and then 1973 he directed this movie, the first Roger Moore one, Live and Let Die. Now, let's talk about it now. So James Bond was Sean Connery. He left. George Lazenby came in. He left. Sean Connery came back. Only one film, he said, I'm only coming back and doing one movie, which he did. He done Diamonds Are Forever. Left the role. That's it now. Producers had to look for another permanent James Bond. And after, being friends with Roger Moore for a while, they decided, well, let's give the guy a go. He had been on TV at this point or before this as The Saint, with Simon Templar, I believe. I've never seen the series. I have seen snippets of it, and I did see him. And look, he came across as a very James Bond type of character, so I guess it was inevitable that he came into this role here. And he was just so comfortable. That's something that I have to say straight off the bat. Roger Moore as James Bond in his very first film, he is so comfortable in the role, you would think he had been doing it now for a few years. You would think that Roger Moore, this is his fourth movie as James Bond, and he's just going along with emotions. But truth be told, he's just so good as James Bond in this film that I absolutely love getting to the Roger Moore era of the James Bond movies when I do my rewatch. Because you think about it, you've got the Sean Connery movies that everyone knows so well. He done 5 originally. Then you've got On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which is my favourite James Bond movie. Then you've got, look, when I start watching Diamonds Are Forever, it's a bit of a dud, but then I end up enjoying the movie to a degree. But you've got almost 10 years straight of Sean Connery and George Lazenby that having a change, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And although Diamonds Are Forever was 1971, so it really did kick off the 70s for James Bond, I personally feel that this feels like the beginning of the 70s era of James Bond. And Roger Moore stuck around for a good long while. He was here up until, I think it was A View to a Kill, which was 1985. So he was in the role for a solid 12 years playing James Bond, and I believe it's across 6, 7 movies off the top of my head. Forgive me. But let's talk about Live and Let Die. Let's talk about this actual movie. And first of all, what it's about. What's the plot? Well, the movie begins, surprisingly, and possibly I think it's the first time where the main character, James Bond, does not appear in the pre-title sequence. In this film here, it shows the death of 3 MI6 agents. You've got an agent dies at the United Nations in New York. Then you've got another agent who dies in New Orleans whilst watching a funeral parade come through the city. And it's a really chilling sequence, and I'll explain a little bit more soon. And then you've got the third agent who dies on the fictional island of San Monique, which is in the Caribbean. And then we jump into the title sequence, the title sequence, the theme song, which is "Live and Let Die," which is like you hear this song in Australia. I don't know about the rest of the world, but in Australia, "Live and Let Die" by Paul McCartney and the Wings is heard on the radio to this day still. When I was at my previous job, we would have the radio on all day, and this song would just blare on the radio, and I would be anywhere at work and just start humming the tune or singing it if I was on my own to myself. It is top quality. It is easily in the top 5 Bond theme songs of all time, and when you hear it in this movie, it is an absolute rip-roaringly good time. I love it. I have not a single fault about it. Fits the movie perfectly. After the pre-title sequence, we get the first scene with Roger Moore as James Bond. And I have a bit of a theory about it, but I will get onto that, I think, down the line. But his first appearance, he's actually in bed with an Italian agent. Beautiful. I was almost lost for words then. She is absolutely beautiful. But we do get to see James Bond's apartment for the second time in the series. So we see James Bond at his own home. M shows up with Moneypenny, gives him the mission, and the mission is go to New York City, meet up with Felix. They're investigating this guy called Dr. Kananga, who is like a corrupt prime minister of San Monique kind of thing. They don't trust him. They feel like he's got connections to a drug kingpin called Mr. Big. They've got to find out the connection because they believe that they are both, these two guys, Dr. Kananga and Mr. Big, are involved in the 3 murders of the MI6 agents. So Bond goes off, gets involved, meets up with Felix, finds out. Then all of a sudden you've got voodoo occult elements. You've got psychic tarot card reading Bond girls, alligators or crocodiles, car chases, wingless plane chases, double-decker bus chases, speedboat chases, and finally a massive explosion-filled battle on the fictional island of San Monique. Now, this movie has it all. It really was, I think, inspired by the blaxploitation movies that were coming out at the time. I think the drug elements that play a part in this movie were obviously inspired by what was happening in America at the time. I feel like it works so well because it doesn't pull any punches. It's almost like a blaxploitation movie, but Bond, a very white James Bond, is thrown into the mix, and it is perfect because he stands out like a sore thumb. He is posh, British, and he's thrown into Harlem. And it perfectly, this massive contrast is perfect in this movie. It is so well done that it's just great. I absolutely love it. I find it to be so good. Now, so we've spoken about Roger Moore. Let me talk about the, first of all, I'm going to talk about the Bond girl, Solitaire, as played by Jane Seymour. Now, Jane Seymour, as I knew her at the time, was Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. That's how I knew her. That's how I still know her, but now I know her from this film. I just had to take a little break then to grab some water because it is so hot. I've got the air conditioning running. I had a fan in this room, but I've turned it off. I've turned it back on now. So if you do hear a little bit of a hum, I apologise, but it is so unbearably hot, and it is just before 7 p.m. at night, and it is still like 32 degrees outside in Melbourne. But anyway, so we're talking about Solitaire, the character of Solitaire. As I said, Jane Seymour plays her. She was Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. And in this movie, she is a tarot card reading psychic. Like, she is owned by Dr. Kananga. And she's almost like a slave. He uses her psychic abilities to pretty much play out his business schemes. Like, she can detect... There's a part in the movie where Bond is coming to New York, and she's playing the cards, and she's like, he's traveling by air, he's traveling over sea, he brings death with him, and she's playing all these cards, and it's so well done because you instantly know, okay, well, she's telling the truth here, so we have to believe that she does have these abilities, and Dr. Kananga certainly believes that she has these abilities. But again, Dr. Kananga is kind of involved with the occult, with cultists and voodoo and stuff like that. So he clearly believes in it. And I guess as viewers, we are meant to believe it also. And you do. You watch this movie and you're like, okay, well, she's got these abilities. The only problem is Bond comes along, and he's Bond, and he seduces her. And being the young virgin that she is, and I have to mention the word virgin because she is a virgin in this movie, and it is a bit of a thing that is played up in this movie. Because of that, and after not being a virgin with Bond a couple of times, she loses her ability to predict pretty much the future. She loses her ability to read the cards. And there is this terrifying moment in the movie where Bond is captured. Dr. Kananga sits him down in a chair, takes his watch, and he says to Solitaire, I'm going to read the serial number on the back, and I want you to tell me what the next thing is. And if you don't tell me, one of the henchmen over there is going to break Mr. Bond's finger. And there's this really bit of... because Bond knows that she's not going to be able to do this, and the scene plays out, and it is so well done, but you absolutely see Kananga lose his mind when he finds out that her ability is gone. And as disgusting as it is, you also find out that her mother also had this gift, and she was also owned by Kananga, which makes me think, because the way he says it, you know, if anyone's going to take your virginity, it's meant to be me. Did he do the same thing with the mum? And if so, does that mean that she is potentially his daughter? I don't know. And it just made me think. I was watching this movie and I was thinking about it. And I'm like, oh, I don't think I've ever heard that being theorised before. So I'm putting it out there. But anyway, so you've got Jane Seymour plays Solitaire, plays the role perfectly. She's innocent. She's very sexy. She's sweet. She's pretty much the perfect Bond girl for Roger Moore's first outing. And she really does play a big role in this movie. Like, she's introduced in this movie at least 15 minutes into the film and is throughout the whole movie. Like, there is no chunks of the movie where she's not there. She's there for the whole thing. You've got another Bond girl in the film who is Rosie Carver, who is a CIA agent, and she's like Bond's contact at San Monique and or the Caribbean islands. And she turns out to be a double agent and working for Dr. Kananga and Mr. Big. And there's she ends up not surviving. I like her character too. I think she's really good. Clearly someone else that believes in the occult and the voodoo and all the mysticism that comes along with it. And I do really like that the movie doesn't play those people as idiots. The writing, the script in this movie is so well done that Rosie Carver, just say there's a scene in it where something is done and she believes it so much that she's willing to die on that belief. And at no point in the movie does Bond's kind of like a skeptic to it, but he also doesn't come across like, oh, well, if you believe that, you must be a fool. He doesn't believe it, but the others clearly do. The entire cast that is there of evil, bad guy, henchmen, goons, thugs, main villains, they all believe in it. The viewer, me, I believe that these characters believe in it while watching it. And I think that's really smart. I think that's really good script writing, and the direction of the movie is done really well, which, again, Guy Hamilton directed Goldfinger, which was, really good. Diamonds Are Forever, not so much. But this movie here, top notch. Really done such a good job in the direction department. and credit where it's due. Also, credit has to go to the stuntmen in this movie. There are some fantastic chases. We've got a boat sequence that is on the in the New Orleans, the bayou there. Top notch, absolutely spectacular, like boats jumping over from one area to the other, cars underneath, spectacular stunts in that sequence. Goes on for a good 5 to 10 minutes, introduces a character that I'm not a massive fan of, which is a racist redneck cop. But I guess he does it well. Sheriff J.W. Pepper. I guess he's there for comic relief. He does it well. So I'm not a fan of the character, but I appreciate him being there. I'll put a couple of clips in. He's really well done. So you got the stunt team is really good. You've also got another moment where there's a double-decker bus that Bond steals on San Monique, one of the islands, and the bus travelling at high speeds, you were just waiting for this thing to tip on the side, but all wheels are planted on the road. It does spins, turns, sharp turns. You see police cars flying off the road, motorbikes flying into the water. Really well done. And when I watch the behind the scenes, you find out that Jane Seymour, Solitaire, is actually sitting in the bus while the stunt driver was doing all of these sequences. So well done her, and well done the stunt driver for doing such a fantastic job. Some of the other sequences, you've got a part where Bond is about to be taken back to the island of San Monique, and he ends up knocking out the guys, jumps into a small little like single engine propeller plane, and then he pretends that he's actually the instructor taking the student, and they never actually take off from the runway, but they manage to destroy both of the wings on this little plane, the rudder and everything, and they're just driving around taking out goons and thugs, and it's a really fun little sequence. It's got a lot of humour, this movie, at the right times. It's so well done. Now, speaking of Dr. Kananga and Mr. Big, the big bads of this movie, there are two characters, but they're played by one actor, and I'm going to butcher this name, forgive me, but it's I believe it's pronounced Yaphet Kotto. If it's not, I apologise. I'm trying my best. I'm not great with pronunciations. But Yaphet Kotto plays Dr. Kananga, and he also plays the role of Mr. Big. So Dr. Kananga is the politician, pretty much, the Prime Minister or of this nation, this San Monique. And then you've got Mr. Big, who is the drug lord.
My name is James is for tombstones, baby.
And so what happens in the movie is that you find out that they are using this island of San Monique to grow heroin plants, and they're going to flood the US with this completely free drug, heroin, and they are going to pretty much destroy all the other drug dealers in the cities, get them out, and once they've got a monopoly of the entire drug market, they're going to just raise their prices up. People are addicted now because it's free heroin. They're hooked. Now they have to buy it, and he's the only one that's making. And the whole plot, I love it because it's simple, but it is so perfect. It's just absolutely perfect, and that's what I mean, that Bond gets involved in one thing, which is the murder of 3 agents, but he gets sucked into the drug subplot too, which becomes the main scheme. And it's so well done. The movie is just, from beginning to end, and you're looking at a good 2 hours, it is so well done, and it moves through so quickly too. That's the thing that I was really surprised with this movie. Coming into it, I forgot how quick this movie flies. Like, it absolutely speeds through. It's good, and that's not a bad thing, because you don't feel at any time bored by what's happening. And I'm a big fan of that. I really do think that a movie that can hold your attention, give you some surprises, a lot of action, sexy women on screen when you need them, perfect, absolutely perfect. And this movie does it so well. And Yaphet Kotto, as the dual role, he does it perfectly. And once he reveals himself, because as Dr. Kananga, he's himself, but as Mr. Big, he wears like prosthetics, and he's got slightly different skin tone, colour and things like that. But when he reveals himself to Bond, He rips off his nose and Bond's surprised. Even I was surprised. I knew this guy, this actor, Yaphet Kotto, I knew him from movies like The Running Man. There was another movie he was in called Midnight Run. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's fantastic. And I also remember seeing him on a TV show called, I think it was Homicide: Life on the Street. It was one of those crime, like procedural crime shows from, I think it was the late 80s, very early 90s. I remember seeing him on there. So to me, he's always played this really upstanding, good guy role. To see him in this film as the villain in two roles, I was shocked. So when he reveals himself, I was extra shocked because I didn't see it coming. I thought, this guy, something's wrong with this guy, but didn't think. This is when I first watched this was like 1999. The internet was in its infancy back then. It was like you didn't just go on the internet to find out who was this actor and what was he in. So it was all, for me, it was all like, oh my Lord, I cannot believe this. So really done well. And then there's some really good henchmen in this. You've got a character called Whisper, who is an overweight, stocky little guy. Quite literally, he whispers everything. Like there's a part, he goes into Bond's hotel room to bring in some champagne and all you hear is, "Your champagne, sir." And Bond's in another room and he keeps on saying, "What?" And he goes, "Your champagne, sir." And all he does is whisper everything. He just whispers everything to the point where it ends up becoming his downfall because he can't even alert someone that Bond's escaped. So it's really well done. You got another character called Teehee, who is this, he plays that, the traditional, tall, very strong henchman role. Except this guy here has got a complete prosthetic arm, and on the end of it he's got like a pincer, like a claw. And he uses that in this movie to bash things, to break things, to cut things. So really well done. I really like his character. And the fight sequence between Teehee and Bond on the train, very clearly inspired by Grant and Bond from Russia with Love, and done really well. Again, they're on the train, they're in the tight little compartments of the train. No music, it's just the sound of the train, the rustling of the wind from outside the broken window, and the punches and the grunts and all the attacks like that. And I really like that type of fight sequence. And then finally, you've got another kind of henchman who's like of the voodoo cultist, the main leader, Baron Samedi. And this guy here has got one of the best laugh in the movie. His laugh is infectious. But what I really like about this guy is, if you doubted the voodoo, mystical, occultish nature, there is a sequence in the movie where Bond has to save Solitaire, and he's got his massive gun, aims and then fires at Baron Samedi, and you just see the side of Baron Samedi's head just blow off, but it's like ceramic. It's like a vase has just exploded out, and then Bond's looking and he shoots him again, and his body just shatters like porcelain, and another one rises up, and you're like, so it is real. Throughout this whole film, if you ever doubted it, at that point, he's real. And then he falls into a pit of snakes, and then at the very end of the movie, with Bond and Solitaire on the train, Baron Samedi survives, and you see him at the very end on the front of the train laughing as the camera comes into him and the movie ends. And I love it. I absolutely love this movie. I can easily put this on at any time. That's kind of like how I rank my Bond movies. If I can just throw it on at any time without any reason to just put a Bond film on, this is one of them. It's easily within my top 10. And it's one of those movies that I enjoy more every single time I watch it. And the soundtrack, the score of this movie. Now, John Barry didn't return. I know who it is because I have the soundtrack. George Martin, thank you very much. Down below here, I've got my James Bond soundtracks, and I have this one. This was one of the ones that, when I started buying the James Bond soundtracks, I had to get this one here. I loved it. It is different, it's fresh, and you got to think, my favourite soundtrack up to this point is a bit of a tie between From Russia with Love and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Diamonds Are Forever for me, the previous one. I really didn't like it. Oh, and you've also got You Only Live Twice. Oh my lord. So 3 of my favourite ones so far have come from John Barry. But also one of the worst ones that I've heard, which is Diamonds Are Forever, came from John Barry. And I really didn't like that. So coming into this film, George Martin, the soundtrack is brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. If you haven't heard it, just go listen to it. It's really well done. I love his rendition of the Bond theme. Also really, really, really good. And I love how they use the theme, You Only Live Twice. I'm really stuck on You Only Live Twice. Live and Let Die. The way they put the theme throughout the score, brilliant. Absolutely perfect. Now, it's time to get to my stats. My stats. All right. Let's start, like always, with the kill count. So we're going to start at Bond's kill count, which is a total of 7. And, well, okay, I'm going to change this on the fly because I'm going to put it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is 7, but I'm going to drop it down to 6. The reason is, or maybe even 5. The reason is because I've got Baron Samedi on here, but I've got him on here twice. And as I said, he doesn't really die. So I'm going to make the executive choice right now and say that Bond's kill count in this movie is 5. Yep, I'm going to say 5. Bond killed 5. The locations visited, 4. We've got, it starts off with Bond in his room in London. Then he travels to New York. Then he travels to San Monique. Then he travels back to New Orleans and then back to San Monique. So there are 4 unique locations. He beds 3 women. And he beds solitaire a huge amount of times in this. But you've got Mrs. Caruso, Rosie Carver, who poses as his wife in this movie, and solitaire. And then, finally, my calories burned and the time it took me to watch the film. Now, it took me a total of 2 hours, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Because, again, when I watch it to confirm, sometimes I have to pause it, go back, push play again. So 2 hours, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And we had a total active calories. So active calories was 871. And my total calories was 1,446. Weight-wise, I don't know. Again, I will put it on the bottom of the screen here somewhere. I was quite surprised when I weighed myself last week and it popped up with like 8.8 kilos down. I was surprised by that because I haven't been eating the best and I haven't been counting my calories, and it's been an extreme amount of stress the last month. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I have barely been coping due to my anxiety has really flared up and my stress has gone through the roof. There's some stuff happening that I'm hoping by the time this goes up is at an end. But until then, it is what it is. I've got to get myself out of that funk. But again, I'm trying to be really positive. I don't want to bring myself down and I don't want to bring people watching down. So again, my weight will have popped up. You would have seen it. Whether it's good or bad, I put it up. I really don't care. No time to be, embarrassed. I mean, my arms are out. I'm bloody on YouTube. What do I care? But yeah, I think I had to mention that. I wanted everyone to know that's my mental health at the moment. It's not the greatest, but I'm trying. I'm just keeping my head up and I'm trying to do the right thing. So that's really all I can say there. Now, in regards to the Bond reviews going forward, it really has occurred to me in the last week or so that watching the movies, filming, editing, uploading, and making sure that everything is done is taking a lot longer than I originally planned out to be. So what I'm going to do is, I want to bring the reviews on a weekly basis, but I don't want to ruin my quality. I have a certain quality that I like to uphold, and I want to continue doing that. So if the reviews come out on a weekly basis, that's really good. If they don't come out on a weekly basis, I'm not going to be as worried as what I would have been at the very beginning. I'm trying to do this for my mental health. I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to what I upload, and I like to make sure that I've crossed my T's and dotted my I's and make sure that everything's done well. And I want to hold up to that bit of quality. So I'll try my best, but if they don't get uploaded on a weekly basis, don't hate me. Don't come at me. Just understand that they are coming. But if you do follow me on Instagram, here or here somewhere on the screen, you can always ask me for updates, and I will. And I'm always very vocal when it comes to the comments. So if you leave a comment, you'll always get a reply from me. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So to summarise, this movie, absolutely love it. So happy I watched this movie many times this week. I really did. I actually watched it again just before I started recording because I wanted it super fresh in my mind. And yeah, I'm going to be returning next video. Ross will return, and I'll be reviewing The Man with the Golden Gun. And I'll give you my thoughts on the movie then. But until then, like always, thank you very much for watching. Give it a like, subscribe if you want. If not, share the video, leave a comment, leave a dislike, whatever you want to do. Just, I appreciate your help and I appreciate your support. So thank you very much. My actual aim for 2025, I have an aim for 2025. I am on about 50 subscribers at the moment. I want to get to 500 subscribers, and I know that that's pushing it, but my aim, and it would mean the world to me, is to hit 500 subscribers by the start of 2026. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but it's my aim. I really love this. It keeps me occupied. It's something really fun. So I want to do this long term. So that's my aim. 500 subscribers by the end of 2026. And that's pretty much all I can think of. That's about it, yeah. So anyway, thank you very much again for watching. I really do appreciate you. Let me know how you're going in the comments below. And let me know if you who your favourite Bond is so far. Remember, we've got Sean Connery, George Lazenby, and now the third one, Roger Moore. So let me know, out of the three, what do you think of him, and what did you think of Live and Let Die? I look forward to reading your comments and replying. Until I see you next time, though, thank you very much, and have a fantastic week. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, welcome back for another James Bond review, and this time we are discussing it's the second James Bond movie with Roger Moore, and it is The Man with the Golden Gun, and it is, I'm just going to talk about the movie. Let's just talk about the film. Let me just get right into the movie, and let me just discuss the film. First of all, hope you're doing well. Let me know in the comments below how you're going. Second of all, let's just get on with this film. Let's talk about this movie, The Man with the Golden Gun, released only 1 year after the previous Roger Moore movie, which was Live and Let Die. That was 1973. This is 1974. So again, 1 year later, this movie came out. And it is, it clearly shows. It clearly shows. I think what we have to quickly look at is the fact that back in the 1960s when James Bond started, you had Dr. No from 1962, From Russian with Love 1963, you had, Goldfinger was 1964, 1965 was Thunderball. So you had 4 movies shot and filmed and released, written, shot and released within 12 months of each previous movie that came out. And each entry was as good as the previous film. Live and Let Die came out. I really enjoyed it. It proved to be a bit of a hit with the audience. That came out within 12 months of that release. We have The Man with the Golden Gun, which was released, and reviews at the time were that the movie was a bit stale. The Bond formula was starting to get a bit stale. It clearly showed that it was a 12-month turnaround between movies, because it also had major issues with the plot. The movie needed a second pass on the script, and it had issues. So speaking of that, let's just get straight into that and speak about the plot. Now, the movie begins with it actually opens up on Scaramanga, who is a man with 3 nipples. Yep, that's a thing. He's a man with 3 nipples. He lives on his own island, a private island, with his little servant, Knick-Knack, and with his slave. Yeah, we're gonna go there. We're gonna say it. We're gonna say slave, Andrea Anders, and he lives on this island. And the movie begins with Knick-Knack paying money to a mobster who is an actor returning from Diamonds Are Forever. But he pays money to this guy to go into like this funhouse type of environment to track down Scaramanga, who's also in this environment, and kill him. And Knick-Knack is doing this, and apparently it's a bit of a thing between Knick-Knack and Scaramanga, that they're doing this because he's testing Scaramanga, and Scaramanga likes fighting the best of the best and winning, and using only one shot from his golden gun. Hence, the man with the golden gun. Now, after this sequence finishes and Scaramanga kills this mobster, there's a wax figure of Roger Moore's James Bond, and Scaramanga shoots the fingers off the wax figure, and the movie cuts to the title sequence, which is The Man with a Golden Gun, as sung by, I believe it's Lulu, and it is really good, actually. I'm going to say the Man with a Golden Gun, which you'll probably be hearing a little bit underneath as I'm talking now, is a really, really, really good theme song. Because you figure at this point in the franchise, it's kind of a thing where whatever the movie is, that's going to be the title song, to a degree. And you kind of have to wonder, how in the hell are they going to fit The Man with the Golden Gun into a theme song? Watch the movie, and they do it. And they do it quite well, and it's a more rock-inspired song over some of the previous ones. I mean, we had Paul McCartney and the Wings do Live and Let Die before, which was a absolute phenomenal song. And this one here isn't as good, but it's still up there. It's still a really good rock ballad type of song. So I really enjoy this song. I know it can cop a little bit of flack from some people. Not from me. I'm here for it. I can put it on and I can listen to it all the time. But anyway, once the title sequence is finished, come to an end, we cut to James Bond walking into M's office, and M is pretty much pulling James Bond off a mission, which is Bond trying to find this Solex device. And that's like something to do with the solar and all this type of stuff, and it's meant to be really efficient, super efficient. But he pulls him off this case because they just got delivered to MI6 a golden bullet with 007 engraved on the actual bullet. And they ask him, do you know who Scaramanga is? And Bond stands there and then gives this massive information dump on the character of Scaramanga, who he is, what he charges per kill. But no one has seen this guy. Nobody knows what he looks like, and they know he's one of the world's best assassins out there. And now that he has targeted Bond, 007, and has delivered this bullet to MI6, M is like, well, we can't sacrifice the mission you're already on, so we need to pull you off that mission, and you need to go on a sabbatical. You just need to hide until we can find Scaramanga and put this to bed, pretty much. And Bond's like, well, what happens if I just go looking for him? If I find him, then we can put this all to bed, and then I can get back onto the Solex mission. And M is like, yes, I suppose, yes, we could. So then he sends Bond off, and Bond goes on his various locations around the world trying to find Scaramanga. And the opening, probably 20 minutes of this movie is really, really, really interesting because it sets up this fantastic cat and mouse game between Bond and Scaramanga, because obviously Scaramanga is now after Bond. Bond knows that, but he's now going to try and get to Scaramanga before he gets killed himself. And the plot itself, like I said, it starts off really well, but then fails completely, because as the movie goes on, we find out exactly what is happening. And as more characters are introduced, like Andrea Anders, I mean, she was introduced at the very beginning, but as we get to know her through the movie with Bond, well, pretty much she was the one that had the bullet sent to MI6, and she did that intentionally to get MI6 to get Bond to go after Scaramanga, because she wants Scaramanga dead. And for some bizarre reason, she can't do that herself. And this is one of the... There are so many things wrong with this movie. One of them is the fact that the cat and mouse game between Bond and Scaramanga has so much potential. Like, really think back to when I reviewed From Russia with Love. The cat and mouse game between Grant and Bond throughout the entire film was brilliant, and it paid off so well when they got onto the Orient Express, and the fight sequence in the train, all of the build-up of all this tension, all of these little things that came up at the end of the film, and then bang, as soon as you get onto the Orient Express and you find out that Grant is also on the train, everything comes together at that one little moment. And you had that device in the movie that was just a MacGuffin. It was a way to make the movie, keep the movie going, but in the background you always would see Grant pop up here, pop up there, and he would get ever so closer and closer to Bond. And this movie had the potential to do that, but fails miserably, because once Bond and Scaramanga actually meet face to face and have a conversation...
My name is Scaramanga. Francisco Scaramanga. I feel I know you, although I never thought we should ever really meet.
Which, it's a good scene when they do, but Scaramanga pretty much says to Bond, I'm not going to kill you. I have no intention. As a matter of fact, I respect you a lot. And it's just like completely deflates this cat and mouse game. And Bond realizes in scenes just before this that Scaramanga was never after him. That Scaramanga's been after this Solex device that was something that was just thrown at the beginning of the movie as, oh, we're taking you off that mission, Mission A. Now we find out that Mission A is the entire underlining plot of this film. And to me, it just feels like such a waste that you could have had the man with the golden gun. You could have had Scaramanga be a character that was getting closer and closer and closer and closer to Bond throughout the events of the movie, as Bond knows that he's after him. And you could have had Bond being paranoid, Bond lashing out at people he shouldn't lash out to, trying to discover where the bullets are coming from, where's Scaramanga, what does he look like. And if the movie was done correctly and we as an audience never saw who Scaramanga was, I guess we would understand, because one of the biggest names in the movie is Christopher Lee, who plays Scaramanga. But if we, the audience, didn't see Christopher Lee up until the point when him and Bond come face to face, it would be so much better. It would actually be a good movie. And that's my problem with The Man with the Golden Gun. There are so many good little elements sprinkled in here and there. There's a really good car chase sequence. There's a couple of fun action sequences. There's a few little good characters here and there. Goodnight in it is brilliant, another sexy Bond girl. And I love the character of Scaramanga. I love Christopher Lee. He's got such a commanding voice. Every time I hear this guy, well, first of all, Christopher Lee, I always think of him as Count Dooku from Star Wars, the prequel trilogy. And even at the ages of like his mid-70s in those films, he's still so amazing to watch on screen. And in this film here, equally as compelling. Every time he is on the screen, I'm glued. I am not looking away. This guy is brilliant. I love the character of Scaramanga. I just wish that the filmmakers, the producers, the writers, the director, I wish they knew how to handle that though. And that's what I'm talking about, that if this movie had another pass or two of the script, instead of rushing it out from 1973 to 1974, The Man with the Golden Gun could be up there with some of Roger Moore's best work that he's given us. Unfortunately, we have a movie that's just kind of two halves. We've got a movie that starts off as a cat and mouse game, but then by midway through the film, it's just like, oh, it's not actually about that. It's about, like, he doesn't even want to go after Bond. He's got no interest in Bond, and then it just kind of falls apart. And the cat and mouse game, I mean, it does come back toward the very end of the movie, because as the plot progresses, we find out that, as I said, Scaramanga's not actually after Bond. He's after the Solex device. And he is going to use that and do some things with it. It's mumbo jumbo to me toward the end of the movie, but he ends up kidnapping Goodnight, taking her back to his island with Knick Knack in a flying car, which I still think looks pretty cool. But you can tell we're really now at the fantastical era of Bond. There is like nothing in these movies that they won't at least try, and I'll give him credit for that, because we're at that stage where we've gone from hardcore spy movies to adventure movies to, you know, we're at the fantastical stage, and I can buy that. It's the way the movies have progressed over time. I'm not shocked by it. Let me just say that. And when we get to the next film, the Spy Who Loved Me, and we go to the fantastical parts of that film, consider me, I'm in at that point. There's no like, oh, I don't buy it. I buy every single thing in that movie, and I buy every single thing in this movie. But as I was saying, when Scaramanga gets back to his island and Bond's got to go there to retrieve the Solex device and Goodnight, the cat and mouse game resumes just a little bit. Because, like I said, Scaramanga respects Bond, and it is so strange, because it's almost as if they wrote two versions of this script. One version of the script is Scaramanga respecting Bond. The other version of the script is like Scaramanga is going after Bond to kill him, and he just wants to bide his time. And this movie kind of blends those two together, but does it in such a way that from scene to scene, Scaramanga kind of changes. Like when he arrives at the island, he's like a child. He's so happy to see Bond, and he's greeting him like his best friend, and then wants to show him around his whole complex and his island base and tell him everything and this and that. But then a moment before that in the scene, these people ring up Scaramanga and said, oh, there's a plane that's landed on your island. Should we give it clearance to leave? And he's like, no, they won't be leaving, and then hangs up the phone. And I'm like, all right, so you want to kill him. But then when he arrives at the island, you're his best friend. You're showing him all around. You both have lunch together. And then the next scene after that, you're going to kill him again. And then the scene after that, it's just, there are so many little things in this movie that just get me. And there are so many things also in this movie that, like I said, I find pretty fun. Like there's the car chase sequence. There's another sequence where they use boats, and they're going through, I think it's Thailand at this point, or is it? I'm not sure if it's Thailand. I think they might have filmed it in Thailand. I can't remember. Anyway, there's a boat chase sequence, followed by car sequences, and the chases in the car are top notch. And then there's also this very famous jump where it's like a corkscrew jump where the car actually goes and flips in midair and then lands again. And it was all filmed. No trickery of the camera or anything like that. This was a real stunt filmed, and I believe it was done in one take, and it was highly dangerous because they had to kind of like put the driver in the center of the vehicle to do this jump. They had to get the balance right because any sort of miscalculation would flip it. And below this little bridge that the jump happens over, the broken bridge is just water. So if if the car didn't make it, you're going straight into the water. You're putting a stunt guy's life at risk. It's fantastic. When you watch it on screen, it's really good. But then other things I don't like about it is they bring back the racist sheriff from Live and Let Die, J.W. Pepper. He comes back. And I'm like, why of all characters would you bring him back? And I get it, that they're probably trying to have a little bit of comic relief, and this guy's on vacation and you've put him in the movie, and I get it, but I just feel like, no. Whenever I watch The Man with the Golden Gun, I feel exactly the same way about this film as I do with Diamonds Are Forever. Diamonds Are Forever, for me, the last Connery movie, was such a disappointment, but the more I watch it, the more I'm just like, man, I can turn off now and I'm just having a good time. The Man with the Golden Gun, for me, the more I watch it, at the beginning I start really not liking it, and then I start going through that thing of, oh, yeah, okay, I've come around to it. And on my latest rewatch of this movie, and before I recorded this, I was watching it again, I was getting upset by it, and also at the same time, I'm like, but I can totally understand where they're coming from. I get where they're coming from. It's a fun time. It's a one-off entry in the Bond movies. Like, you don't have to take it too seriously. I get it. But the problem is that there are just so many conveniences that happen in this movie. And there's also some, like I said, the plot holes in this movie. Like, why didn't Andrea... She's got so many opportunities to kill Scaramanga in this movie. Why doesn't she just do it? Why does she have to start this chain reaction of sending this bullet with 007 engraved to MI6 to get Bond to go after Scaramanga when she could just stab him or poison his food? Then you've got this other character in the movie called Lieutenant Hip, who's like Bond's informant in Hong Kong and all that. And when they first meet, Bond is arrested by this guy on the street, and Bond is saying to him, like, this is who I am, where are you taking me? And this guy is just dead silent. He's like dead silent, gets him in the car, holds a gun to Bond throughout the whole car ride. Then they get to a boat, then the boat takes him to the middle of the, to the lake area, and there's probably a 10-minute ride throughout this whole thing where Bond is still asking who this guy is, only to then 5 minutes later reveal, oh, I'm actually working with you. Sorry, mate, I just didn't want to tell you because I didn't know who to trust. It's like, you were alone. You were both alone. You could have told him at any point without any sort of giving up your cover or anything like that. It's just it's little things like that where you can clearly tell that they just needed a little bit more time to rewrite the script, but nope, they wanted to rush out a Bond film, and this is the movie we got. And unfortunately, that's why every time I get to this movie, I'm disappointed, but then the longer it goes on, I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. And yeah, that's The Man with the Golden Gun. That's my issues with it. Roger Moore in the movie is Roger Moore. He's Bond. He, to me, is Bond. I mean, I know you've got Sean Connery as, everyone says, the quintessential Bond. You had George Lazenby with no one really gave him any sort of credit up until maybe, 10 years ago. They started to actually think about this guy and think, he's actually pretty good. Roger Moore, to me, he's a really good Bond. He is so good. And if it wasn't for Roger Moore, you would not have this franchise at the stage of where it is now. Because after Sean Connery left, people were saying this franchise is done. This series is, just get rid of it. But he came along with Live and Let Die, and he's done this movie here. And although this one here wasn't that well received, his next entry was. And we will get to that one next time. And I'm going to put this review to bed. I'm going to put this review to bed now, because if I keep talking, I'm going to get more and more upset, and I don't want that. So let me. I need to move on. I need to move on from this review. I need to get it out of me. The Man with the Golden Gun. It's an enjoyable film if you switch off. Just switch off, and the movie's enjoyable. It has plot holes, it has issues, but watch it for Bond. Watch it for Scaramanga. Both those characters are good. Nick Nack in it, he's good. He's a little short dude in it. He's you know who he is? He's the guy from Fantasy Island. You know, the one that always stands and goes, "The plane, boss, the plane." That's him. He's in this film, and he pretty much plays the same character. Original. But let's get into stats now. Let's actually, and this one's interesting because, all right, let me, like always, kill count. 1. Bond killed one person, Scaramanga. So spoilers, Bond won at the end of the film. He killed Scaramanga. And the way, and what actually, this one here, actually, I don't mind this one. When they get to I'm going back to the review slightly here, but when they get to Scaramanga's island, Bond's there, they have their duel at the end of the movie, Bond and Scaramanga, and Scaramanga pretty much says to Bond, you've got 6 bullets in your Walther PPK, I've got 1 in my golden gun, 1 bullet, and that's all I'll need. And then they go off, they walk their paces apart, and then bang, you go, he goes, and then the movie for the next 10 minutes is that cat and mouse part. And Bond's walking through the the funhouse maze and everything like that, and ends up losing his Walther PPK, and Scaramanga's slowly tracking him down. And if you remember back to the very beginning of the movie, there's that wax figure of Bond in the maze, in the funhouse, which Scaramanga shot off the fingers of this thing. Anyway, when Scaramanga gets into that room, you actually see the wax figure and Bond's hand is there and he's got all of his fingers. And then all of a sudden he turns and shoots Scaramanga. And what happened is Bond took the clothes off the wax figure, jumped in the suit, the gun, which was apparently loaded, and he used it to kill Scaramanga. So it's actually a really fun, it's a fun little moment. It's a good little sequence about how he actually defeats Scaramanga, and I actually like it. So yeah, location. So again, 1 kill, Scaramanga, bang, you're gone, buddy. No one else, surprisingly. Locations visited, we have 5. We've got London, Lebanon. He goes to Macau, Hong Kong, both in China, and then he goes to Bangkok in Thailand. And beautiful. When they get to Scaramanga's Island, which my parents have actually visited that place. It's actually referred to as James Bond Island, and my mum, if I haven't mentioned it before, was the person that got me into James Bond when I was younger, and my mum went there and she took photos and she said to me, you would love it there, but you will never go. And I said, well, why wouldn't I go? And she goes, it's too humid. And I'm like, yep, spot on, Mum, I will never go there. So I'll never visit that location, but my mum went there. She loved it. She said that the island itself is like almost it is what they filmed on the outsides of the island, on the little beach areas where the water, the sand and everything like that. Brilliant. She goes, it looks like you're in the movie. And it would be, because that's where they filmed it. And when you see it in the movie, it looks so picturesque, so beautiful. I wish I did go there and visit, but I never will. But anyway, 5 locations, we're saying that again. Women bedded, we only have 2. We've got Andrea Anders and Mary Goodnight. And speaking of Andrea Anders, I do not like her in this movie. I like Maud Adams, who plays her, and she will appear later in the franchise, but I don't like her character in this movie. Like I said, I feel like she's just... Why wouldn't you have just done your own dirty business with Scaramanga and just taken care of him? Why drag Bond into it? I don't get it. Scaramanga respected him, and now you're bringing this guy into it to kill this guy. Pathetic. And then when you've got the character of Goodnight, what starts off as a strong character ends up turning into a buffoon by the end of the movie. And again, it's that male fantasy of men want to be the secret agent and travel the world and have cool gadgets and be spies and have sexy women hanging off their arms and everything like that. That's cool, but they don't have to be dumb. And she clearly is in this movie by the end of it. So we don't want that fantasy. Now, my calories burned for this movie was... Active calories burned was 899, so well done. Total calories was 1,245, so pretty good. And the total time was 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 1 second. Again, when I watch it, I do pause it, I rewind it, I go back and check and this and that. And yeah, now, as a conclusion, again, don't take what I'm saying as a massive negative. Like, it's still a James Bond movie. And for me, a James Bond movie is always fun. I can always sit down and just really enjoy myself when I'm watching James Bond. But the fact that they intentionally released this movie 1 year after Live and Let Die, which introduced a brand new Bond, but 1 year later and they released this movie, which... isn't that good. And there are behind the scenes reasons as to why this movie apparently didn't work. Number one was the rushed time frame between movie releases. Number two was the falling out between Harry Saltzman and Cubby Broccoli, the two producers that had been here since Dr. No. They had a massive bit of falling out, and apparently by this point in the franchise, they were alternating who you produce this film, I'll produce this film, you produce the next one, I'll produce that next one. So there was massive bitterness there behind the scenes. The script needed more work. It was rushed. There's a lot of things that helped, or I shouldn't say helped, but there's a lot of things that snowballed and created this movie. And I feel like now that I'm getting into a completely different topic here, but now that Amazon has the rights to the James Bond film franchise, this is one of those movies where I would love to see them actually take another pass at it. I would love Amazon to say, if they ever do this, if they ever start remaking the classic Bond films, I would love them to say, Man with a Golden Gun, we're going to turn it into a massive cat and mouse movie. And that's the film. That's 2 hours of this guy avoiding but chasing each other. That to me is top notch. That's what I came into this movie expecting. I didn't get it. And don't get me wrong, this was one of the original Bond films that I purchased on VHS. And I do own I'm going to hold it like that. I do own it on VHS. I mean, it was one of those movies where, I had no idea what this movie was when I first heard about it. I just knew The Man with the Golden Gun. Oh, wow. I need to watch this movie. And I watched it, and unfortunately, it wasn't what... I'm going to leave it here because I can't put it back without ruining everything. But unfortunately, it wasn't the type of movie that I expected when I saw it. And look, that just happens. It happens. It is what it is. I'm not going to complain about this movie anymore. I've done my review. I've told you what I thought about the movie. Did I enjoy it? Yeah, by the fourth rewatch, yeah, of course. But it's always a disappointment when I start watching it. It's not my favourite. It's probably toward the lower end of the Roger Moore movies for me. There are so many better out there, and we are getting to... I'm going to save that for next week. I'm going to save that for my next Roger Moore review. You tune back in then when we get to the Spy Who Loved Me. Tune back in then. I'm going to put this to bed now. I've got a busy week ahead of me. Editing this is going to be quite the challenge. But anyway, we're going to get there. Now, again, I mentioned it in my last review that I kind of have a bit of an aim for myself in 2025, and that is to get 500 subscribers. I'm almost there. I'm at 57. Whoa! I will eventually get there. Trust me. But I like to do things naturally. I don't like to rush or force things to change. It happens when it happens. We get there when we get there. So you can help me out by liking it, by leaving a comment, and by sharing it. That always helps. Subscribing helps. You have to think that YouTube recommends videos. The more comments, likes, and subscribes, I think it is, that you get. When you share it, you're obviously helping that mythical algorithm that everyone talks about when it comes to YouTube. So if you can just do those things for me, I appreciate it. I leave it up to you. I leave it up to all of you, and I appreciate you, and I really do thank you all a lot. It's been a very strange week and a half since I recorded the previous review, and now into this one. And one day I will talk about what is going on with my mental health. I'm feeling better this week. I know last week I said I was pretty much on a downward spiral a little bit. I wasn't feeling the greatest. I'm feeling a lot better this week. You can probably tell I'm smiling a lot more. And like I said, I also want this place to be a place where we can just be positive with each other and just have a good time and chat. So again, if you don't want to chat in the comments, you can hit me up on Instagram up here. I don't post much, but if you message me, I will message back, so don't worry about that. And yeah, I just want to thank you all for watching. Now, if you've watched this far, which I don't think many people do, but if you do, let me know who your favourite James Bond actor is and why, and which one's your favourite movie and why. Because I love hearing people's favourites, and it does let you kind of know what someone's train of thought is when they start telling you what their favourite Bond film is and actor. So let me know down below. Believe me, when it comes to The Spy Who Loved Me, I'll have a lot to say about that film. It's yeah, it holds a special place for me, and I'll get into that and the reason for that in the next review. So until then, keep watching, keep subscribing, keep liking, not just me, but anyone you find interesting on YouTube. And we'll talk in the comments or on my Instagram, or we'll talk next week. Until then, take care, look after yourself, and Ross will return.
An eye for an eye. Not.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video of Ross Vlogs. Ross Vlogs? You know what? I have been uploading now to this channel on a regular basis for a few months now, and it's come to the point where I don't even know what my channel name is. Ross Vlogs? Ross Vlogging? Anyway, I'm Ross. Welcome to the channel. We're here today to discuss another entry in the James Bond franchise. This time, we are discussing Roger Moore's third entry, which is The Spy Who Loved Me. Now, this movie released in 1977, and the very first time I saw this movie was all the way back in 1999. Now, I am going to grab the VHS copy that I have up here. And whilst I have this VHS copy in my hand, which is right here, holding it and looking at it and everything like that, but this VHS, this movie, the Spy Who Loved Me, is up there with actually On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and also You Only Live Twice. As this is in my top 3 at this point. Let me make that perfectly clear. At this point, The Spy Who Loved Me sits in my top 3 James Bond movies of all time. Now, I'm just going to put this away, so bear with me. I'm going to put it behind my head. Now, the reason... Actually, let me move that to the side. This might actually not be too bad if I just put it there. Anyway, this movie here holds such a special place for me. Let me take you back to when I reviewed the movie You Only Live Twice. I mentioned how I was 15 years old, I was working at a video store at the time, and I was doing school also. And I finished that night after purchasing 2 movies. One of it was You Only Live Twice. The second film I purchased was this beautiful film right here, The Spy Who Loved Me. I purchased those 2 films. I brought those movies home, didn't watch anything that night, jumped straight into bed, and the next morning, instead of going to school first thing in the morning, I thought, let me just knock out my homework in the morning. I'm going to watch You Only Live Twice. And then when that movie finished, I put on a second film, I said. That second film was The Spy Who Loved Me. I put that movie on. And I began to watch the movie. And then after about 15, maybe 20 minutes into the film, I saw my dad drive he drove his car into the driveway and said, hey, I got a call from the school. They told me you're not at school today. What's going on? I've come home and now you're here. And at that point, I had pulled the VHS tape out of the actual, out of the tape player. And I put it away and I said to my dad, oh yeah, I was doing my homework. Sorry, I'm heading to school now. And I walked to school which is was across the road from where my parents lived at the time. And I walked into the gate, and my dad was looking at me. And when I saw him get into his car and drive away, I stopped. It's cheeky, but I didn't tell the full story last time. I stopped, I turned around, and I walked out to school. I walked straight back home, unlocked the door, turned off the alarm straight away, grabbed the VHS, this movie here, put it back in, and watched the movie from where I left off to the end of the film. And it was mind-blowing. It absolutely changed my perspective on James Bond, because remember, up until this point, I'd only really seen Pierce Brosnan as James Bond. Just before watching this film, I had seen Sean Connery as James Bond, and I knew that up until this point, Sean Connery was the original Bond. Everyone was saying how he was the best Bond, he was this and he was that, and to each their own. But I sat down and I started watching The Spy Who Loved Me, and I was absolutely blown away by what I was watching. This, from beginning to end, this movie was... It took my breath away. It honestly did. It honestly did. It was such a special movie for me. It had everything that I wanted in a James Bond movie, and then more. Now, in 1999, I had watched GoldenEye 50, 60 times. I had watched Tomorrow Never Dies probably 20 times. And at the end of this year, 1999... The World Is Not Enough was coming out. So the only Bond films I had watched are the ones that I at that point owned, which was GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, You Only Live Twice, and The Spy Who Loved Me. And once that movie finished, it was probably about, I think it might have been about 12 o'clock. I walked to school. And, I apologised to the teachers and everything like that. I said, yeah, my dad told me off. He's grounded me. I just made up a whole bunch of lies. I walked into school, handed my homework in, and I could not get this movie out of my mind. And it even goes deeper than that. Like, if you don't know, I own a Tesla, a Model 3, and it's a car that I love. It is a vehicle that I have wanted for many years. And the way I found out about the company Tesla and the car brand itself was when YouTube became a thing. I actually started looking at the car from The Spy Who Loved Me, which is a Lotus Esprit. I started looking at that on YouTube, and someone had converted one of those cars into an actual car that went on the water, because there is this famous sequence in this movie where the Lotus Esprit dives into the water and converts into a submersible vehicle, like a submarine. And James Bond is underwater and he's navigating underwater with the car. And through YouTube, I found people had actually done conversions of cars, and then electric cars, and then I started getting into electric vehicles, and then Tesla was the major one, and so on and so on and so on and so on. So this film has really touched me on so many levels, and it holds such a special place for me that when I came to write my notes for this, I had note after note written down about this movie, and I thought to myself, and I was talking with my wife just before this, we were having dinner, and she goes, "Are you going to record tonight?" And I said, "Oh, I might just write down some notes." And then I was sitting there and I thought, I'm just going to get up, I'm just going to turn the camera on, see what happens, and see what I can actually say, because this film means so much to me, and it's it's a bit of a shock for me to actually stand here and talk about it. I'm going to do my best, though. I'm going to do my best. All right, so let me get into the plot. The plot of this movie begins there with two ballistic missile. They're not nuclear. Two ballistic missile submarines vanish. They disappear off the radar. We don't know. In the movie, the sequence is that they actually starts off inside the submarine, and you just see the seamen just doing whatever they're doing. They're just in there. They're playing cards or chess or something like that. And then all of a sudden, the lights go red and black in the submarine, and we don't know what's happening. The captain sees something, and then it cuts. And then we find out via MI6, head of MI6, we find out that he wants James Bond back ASAP, pull him whatever mission he's on, get him off that, bring him back in because we've got an emergency. On top of that, so it's one of the British submarines that was, we don't know at this point. They've just vanished. On top of that, we then see the head of the KGB, General Gogol. He is saying the same thing, that one of his submarines has also vanished. No idea how it's happened, no idea what's happened, but it's just disappeared from all radar. We need to get our best agent, who they refer to as Triple X, and bring them in. And we find out that Bond's obviously making sweet, whatever you want to call it, to a woman in the Austrian Alps there. And Bond gets almost like a fax comes through on his watch. Really cool. I love it. And he just pretty much stands up and says, look, I've got to go. And she goes, oh, but I need you. And he's like, yeah, but so does England. And he takes off. And the sequence that follows is this amazing ski sequence where Bond is just navigating down the slopes whilst there's a couple of Russian agents coming after him. And the music that accompanies this is called, on the soundtrack, it's called Bond 77. And it is some of the best music up until this point of the franchise. It is one of the best action music pieces that has come along. And Bond navigating the slopes and doing backflips, landing, skiing, grabbing his, whatever you call those, the poles that they use to navigate, to pick up their speed and everything, grabbing one of those, spinning around and pulling the trigger and shooting it, which we find out must be a Q gadget, and killing one of these agents. And then it ends, this whole pre-title sequence ends with Bond coming to the, like you can see it, the camera pulls right out and you see Bond going down this ski slope. And at the very end, he just launches off and you just see him come off the ski slope, kick off his skis, and he's just free-falling. And free-falling, and the music cuts out. You don't hear anything. It's just like a little bit of wind. You don't hear anything, and he just keeps on going down and further down and further down and further down. And then at the last second, his parachute pulls out, and the Bond theme kicks in, and then it just cuts into the title sequence. And it may not be a long sequence. It's probably only a total, this entire opening of the movie might only be a total of maybe 5, maybe 6 minutes, but it is so intense. You watch it, your palms are sweating because of how, is he going to make it? You know he's going to make it. It's a James Bond movie, but it is so brilliant. You're in knots watching this sequence, and every single time I watch this movie, I can watch James Bond movies all the time, and I know what's going to happen, and I can be looking at it and then turning away from it, and I can hear what's happening and know what's happening, and then eventually I'll turn back and then go back and forth like that. I can put Bond movies on as background sounds to me, as a background thing, or I can sit down and I can watch the movie intently, and there's no issues with that. This movie here is one of those films that when Bond is skiing and being chased and the Bond 77 music is on, I am frozen and I am locked onto what's happening on the screen. You're not taking me away from this movie at that point. And when the title music kicks in, which is Nobody Does It Better, it's so different from what we've had in the previous 2 Roger Moore movies, which were rock, and now you've got this, which is just this nice, it's almost like a romantic ballad song. It is beautiful. It's sung softly. It's not intense or anything like that. It's just this beautiful song that's sung, but it fits this movie so well. And the best part about it is that the melody of Nobody Does It Better is used throughout this movie whenever they want to play up the romance or the budding romance between Bond and Anya Amasova, who is also known as Triple X. And if I do refer to her as Triple X or Anya, then I'm talking about the same person. Once that comes to an end, Bond returns back to MI6, and that's when we find out that, yep, these submarines have vanished. We don't know what's going on. They have disappeared from the radar, but we've heard that there might be a bit of microfilm out there with someone selling plans to do this very thing that has happened to us. There's plans out there that someone can do these things. So we need you to go out there, find this microfilm, and see what information it's got on it. So Bond takes off to Egypt, and at the same time as he's doing that, we see the KGB side of things. So we see Triple X, who is a woman. She comes into the KGB office. General Gogol's there. And he says to her, this is the situation. One of our submarines has vanished. We need you to go to Egypt. We need you to find out what's going on. This, and that. We find out in this moment, during the meeting between General Gogol and Anya, that the Russian agent that James Bond killed at the beginning of the movie, the only person he killed at the very beginning of the movie, was actually Triple X's boyfriend. And when she's told that he died, you can see Anya's face kind of like she wants to react, but their relationship is a secret, so she almost takes it as if he's just a colleague. And I'm like, oh, okay. But then you actually get General Gogol, and he flat out says, look, it hasn't escaped us that you two are an actual thing. And he actually shows this compassion toward her. And you have to think that these movies came out during the Cold War. Russians were the bad guys. And you watch this film and you're like, oh, they're actually not that bad. Like, General Gogol in this movie is as compassionate as M is to Bond. Like, he has that same relationship with Triple X as M has with Bond. And it's actually really good. The relationship factors in this movie are done really well. Like, you find out she has a boyfriend, he died, and she pretty much says, when I find out, because they don't know who killed the boyfriend, so she's like, when I find out who did this, I will kill him. Like, we know it's a British agent, but we don't know who it is. So you've got that little thing. Now, we as an audience know that, oh, it was Bond. Now she is going to Egypt where Bond is going to be. What's going to happen from there? At the same time as that's going on, you've also got this guy called Karl Stromberg, who is the villain of the actual movie. And he is your typical Bond villain. He's got the massive, well, we don't know what's a base at this point, but he's got his massive room, massive dinner table, and he's sitting there and he does his whole monologue to these people and presses a button and just murders someone by dropping his secretary into like this big water vat that he's got, and a shark comes up and rips her to bits, and these two guys get on a helicopter and then he pushes another button and boom, it blows up. So you know he's the bad guy straight away. But what I really love is that he's so twisted. This guy is twisted. Throughout the whole film, you're finding out more and more and more, and his actual base is called Atlantis. And his fascination is that he wants to live and create a society beneath the sea. So his base actually rises up out of the ocean and then submerges back in the ocean. You can tell it's done with miniatures, where every time you see the base rise up and go down. Obviously, we're talking 1977, this movie came out. But it still looks pretty good, considering, like, they're not using CGI, they're using miniatures. And they've obviously cranked down the speed of the footage a little bit to make it look bigger and everything like that. But once he kills these people that have betrayed him pretty much, he then gets his henchmen to come in like assassins. And one of them is Jaws. And Jaws is this like 7 foot 10, whatever he is. He's this tall, muscular, heavy built, like a brick wall type of character. And he's famous in the James Bond series for having metal teeth. and he will bite through anything, including his victims, when he wants to kill them. And he's introduced at this part. And he doesn't talk. He's just this tall, silent figure. Terrifying later in the film. He's terrifying. And Carl Stromberg pretty much says to him, go and get the microfilm, and whoever comes into contact with it, kill him. No ifs, ands, or buts. So we know that now this guy's going to go there to Egypt also. So you got Bond and Anya on their way to Egypt, and now you've got this assassin, Jaws, on his way too. So you get these three people coming from this one microfilm. And when they get to Egypt, you see this beautiful scenery, absolutely beautiful. These are all locations I would love to travel to one day. But you see there, Bond's there, gets a woman to fall in love with him within about 10 seconds to the point where she sacrifices herself to save him. Classic Bond. And then he has this fight sequence on top of this building, and he's trying to find out information. And the best part about it is that he does nothing to this guy except push his arm away like that, just pushes it away. And what happens is this guy, during the struggle, him and Bond, he grabs Bond's tie that he's wearing, and he's hanging off the edge of the building like that. And the only way that he's staying upright is because he's holding onto Bond's tie. So Bond asks him, where is this person I need? Where's this contact? And the guy doesn't tell him. He asks again. The guy eventually tells him. As soon as he gets the information, Bond just slaps away his hand. The guy lets go, falls down, and he's gone. And it is such an intense, cold-blooded moment from Roger Moore. I love it. I absolutely love it. And it shows that, yes, he can be charming with the ladies, but when it comes to doing the mission and doing what he needs to do, he goes for the kill. And then after this Egypt scene, they go to the pyramids in Cairo, or Giza, I think it is. I'm not 100% sure, but they go to the pyramids. And that's where you finally see Jaws being this menacing figure. He's just like, there's parts when Bond is sneaking around and stuff like that, and you just see Jaws standing there, and the music that plays throughout is typical 70s music. It almost sounds a little bit disco, but it fits the moment so well. And every time the characters like Jaws appears, it's just this, I can't explain it. The music is just utterly fantastic. Utterly fantastic. And the part that I love is this guy tries to hide from Jaws, and he goes behind like this, almost like a jail door, and he puts a chain around the door to secure himself, and he's hiding in there. And Jaws just goes up, grabs the chain, puts it in his mouth, and bites it and rips the chain apart, and then gets this guy and kills him. And it is scary. Like, it is scary to just see the way the camera closes in on Jaws' teeth as he goes to take a bite out of this guy. Oh, it is so good. I mean, you can just tell how much I enjoy this movie, how intense it is. And then you've got Anya Amasova, which Triple X. She's beautiful. She's, up until this point in the Bond franchise, you've had a lot of beautiful women. She is easily my favourite. She's the sexiest, the best, everything. She's gorgeous. I absolutely love her. Played by, I believe it's pronounced Barbara Bach. I'm not 100% sure on the surname. B-A-C-H. But she's beautiful, beautiful. And yeah, her and Bond finally meet. And in the next scene, when they get together, they finally acknowledge Tracy Bond, who obviously is James Bond's deceased wife from On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And it's done in such a way where Bond and Anya are finally talking and having a drink, and he orders her drink, meaning he's done research on her. He knows that she's, KGB, and he knows what drink she likes, and he's got information on her. And when he orders her drink, touche, she then orders his drink, vodka martini, shaken not stirred. and then proceeds to reel off information about Bond's, he was with the Navy and then recruited into MI6, and then mentions Tracy, married once, this and that, and the way Roger Moore just cuts her down and stops the conversation.
Many lady friends, but married only once. Wife killed.
All right, you've made your point.
You're sensitive, Mr. Bond.
About certain things, yes.
I love it. I absolutely love it, because you have to remember, On Her Majesty's Secret Service for me is such an amazing film. It's my number one Bond film. And when we get to Diamonds Are Forever, the fact that they don't even acknowledge Tracy's death or the events of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, it cut deep for me. It still does. And then when you get to Live and Let Die, and then you've got The Man with the Golden Gun, which are just taken as separate adventures. The fact that The Spy Who Loved Me acknowledges a past Bond film, adventure, and also acknowledges the death of his wife, that hits, that really hits. And from that point on, you kind of see that Bond and Anya are very much equals, and the rest of the movie plays out in such a way that she saves Bond, Bond saves her, they have their friendly banter, a bit of romance kicks in. And then from that point on, once they've got the microfilm, which Bond steals off Jaws, Anya steals it off Bond, she gives it to the KGB, and then the KGB, MI6 say, well, we should just team up at this point. You've got your agent, we've got our agent, put them together and they can go after this Carl Stromberg together and just join forces. So that's what they do. And they next head to Sardinia, which is in Italy. And a little bit biased because I am Italian. And when they get there, Q shows up and gives Bond, I'm going to say my second favourite Bond vehicle of all time, which is the Lotus Esprit. And it is beautiful. It is beautiful. Like, the way they film this car is phenomenal, because you've got these beautiful landscapes in the background and the camera's pulled right back. You see the car and it looks like an advertisement for Lotus. I would not even be shocked if back in 1977 they used some of these shots to just sell the car. I'm pretty sure that the car would have sold itself based on this movie. And when they eventually meet up with Carl Stromberg and then leave his Atlantis base, he pretty much says, as soon as they get back to shore, kill him. And what follows is one of the most action-packed, intense car chases in the Bond franchise up to this point, and still moving forward. And it is Bond being chased by a guy on a motorbike, Bond being chased by a car with like 4 henchmen in there, including Jaws, who's out the window shooting at Bond. Then a helicopter. And then it goes underwater, because as I said, this car, one of the gadgets it has, amongst others, is that when it goes in the water, Bond, hits a button, and all of a sudden it converts into a submarine. And it is phenomenal. I wish I could just show the entire sequence of this car chase, and with the Bond 77 music playing in the background, it just gets you pumping. You cheer in this movie. And some of the way the stunt driver is driving this car, there's a part when the helicopter's chasing, and there's 2 parts. The helicopter's chasing at one part, and it's hard to describe, but I'm going to put it on the screen. But the car's driving across the screen. All of a sudden, the helicopter just comes up out of the background, and Bond makes eye contact with the pilot of the helicopter, who is a female agent, and her name is Naomi, another beautiful woman. And she smiles at Bond, like cheeky smile, and then uses the machine guns to try and kill him. And he's trying to outrun this helicopter. And there is a part that I absolutely love, where the car goes from the road to this dirt path, and spins in, then does like a U-turn, then does another, it's this really good sequence where the car, I love it. Ever since I have watched this car chase sequence, I have always wanted to film a car chase sequence. I've always wanted to direct a sequence or plan one out. Obviously, I've never had the opportunity and I never will, but it has been a lifelong dream of mine to record a car chase sequence that is equal to this movie. It is hands down phenomenal, and it is worth searching it out on YouTube if you haven't, just to watch it. Fantastic! I love it. I love it. I love this sequence. And then when the car jumps into the ocean, and you see it converting to a submarine, beautiful. And as I said in the previous film, when I mentioned about Scaramanga's flying car, I said that's when the movie gets fantastical, and I said, but I buy it. I buy it at this point. I'm here in the franchise. For me, it's not out of the ordinary now. So when I get to this movie here, I buy it. You've got a car that's now a submarine. Yep, that's fine. I'm there for that. And funny enough, they actually did film the submarine in the ocean, in the water, the Lotus submarine. They built one. Obviously, it was filled up with water inside, and you had people in scuba gear inside, navigating underwater. But the little action sequence that happens after that, with like torpedoes flying and mines coming out the back, it's so well done. And then the other part that I really love, and I'm just talking about this movie bit by bit, there's so much to love about this movie, is when they drive out of the ocean and they come up on the beach, on the sand, and there's people all around. And then Roger Moore just casually puts the window down, gets a fish, and drops it out the window. It is so good. It's just such a fun little... This whole movie is so fun. And then when Anya finally finds out that Bond was the agent that killed her boyfriend, she says to him, once this mission is over, I'm going to kill you. And Bond doesn't argue. He just says that we're agents, and in our line of work it is kill or be killed. And that's why he had to protect himself on the skis at the beginning of the movie. And the way Roger Moore delivers the whole scene when it's filmed, the way Roger Moore delivers it...
When someone's behind you on skis at 40 miles an hour trying to put a bullet in your back, you don't always have time to remember a face. In our business, Anya, people get killed. We both know that. So did he.
Oh, this guy can act. I really do. Roger Moore is really, on this rewatch of these movies, he's really moving up on my list of Bond actors, and fantastic. And the whole movie, when it comes to a close, which is in the La Paris, which is this massive... it looks like a tanker, a big ship, a big tanker ship, like an oil tanker ship. But what it actually does is you find out what actually happens to the submarines is the tanker ship at the front opens up and swallows the submarines and then closes. And once it's inside the La Paris, which is the big ship, they say either get out of the submarines or we're going to put like gas in there and kill you all. So you can either get out and survive or stay in there and you're going to die. So they pretty much just want the submarines and the missiles that are on board. And Carl Stromberg's plan is to send out 2 submarines out into the ocean and have the Americans fire ballistic missiles at the Russians, in Russia, obviously, and have the Russian submarine shoot ballistic missiles at the Americans. And he's hoping that will cause World War III to begin and destroy or level out the planet. And once that's done, he'll create a livable city under the sea that he pretty much controls. And obviously Bond's going to stop that, and so is Anya. And they do. And the entire last 30 or 40 minutes of the film is based in the La Paris. And then eventually Bond escapes that and then goes for Stromberg and Jaws and Anya. He goes to retrieve Anya in the base Atlantis. And it is fantastic. It is so good. There are so many really wonderful sequences. The music, the way the music is done in this movie. Oh, and it's not even John Barry. And you know I love John Barry. And I'm gonna find out the guy's name because I'm pretty bad. Marvin Hamlish, I believe that's how it's pronounced. fantastic musical score. Like I said, Bond 77 is one of the best pieces of James Bond music I've ever heard. And there's just so many more in this movie that are really done well. And even the way the movie's filmed, the soundstage, 007 soundstage is used, and they created the entire interior of the La Paris inside, big enough to hold 3 submarines inside. That's how big this place is. And it is all on film, and you see it, and you've got enemies shooting from above, from below, you've got people running around, explosions going off, and it is very similar to You Only Live Twice in the Volcano base, which is fitting because directed by the same director, Lewis Gilbert. He directed these two movies, plus the next one, which was Moonraker. And I'm just blown away by how good this movie is. And even every single time I watch it, how well it holds up and how much more I fall in love with this movie each and every time. Like, there is not a point in this movie where I'm bored. I'm never bored in this movie. From beginning to end, I am focused on the screen. I absolutely love this movie. Roger Moore's at his best here. He's absolutely firing on all cylinders here. He's at his best. It's got some of the best action up to this point in the franchise. The pre-title sequence alone set an absolute standard of what's to come from James Bond. I mean, it is massive stunt at the beginning of the movie to open it up, and it just leaves you being like, what else can they do? And they do a lot more throughout the film. It blows me away. Every time I watch this movie, it blows me away, and I'm so happy that I took a little bit longer before bringing this review out, because I really wanted to watch the movie a lot more and just let it really soak in. But yeah, my final thoughts on this movie are right up there. It's in my top 3 at this point. It's in my top 3 James Bond films. It's possibly number 2. It is hands down one of the best Roger Moore movies, if not the best. And I actually had the pleasure, well, unfortunately, after Roger Moore passed away many years ago, they actually had a James Bond double feature at the local cinema next to me. And I went there, and they had The Spy Who Loved Me, and the follow-up was For Your Eyes Only. And there was me, and there was 4 other guys in the cinema, and every one of us was just glued to the cinema. Not one of us moved, not one of us was eating or drinking. We just watched this screen. And watching this movie on the big screen, I had a smile from cheek to cheek. I couldn't get this smile gone. It was fantastic, and I'm still like that every time when I talk about the movie and when I watch the movie again. I turn into a child when I watch this movie. It is so fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it. So I'm glad I could talk to you, and it's probably my longest review yet, just because of how much I was talking about this movie. Now, what I am going to do is talk about my stats. I'm going to talk about my stats in this movie. Now, it's a little bit difficult because I've kind of had to guess when it comes to the kill count, because it's a bit hard at the end of the movie, but I've got it as Bond killed 32 people. There's a lot of thugs and people like that, but that's what he's got. He's got 32 kills. I've got him visiting 4 locations. We've got the Austria at the beginning of the movie. I've got it here as Scotland, but I'm just going to do it as the United Kingdom, Egypt, and then we go to Sardinia, which is in Italy. I was thinking about adding La Paris or Atlantis, but they're not like physical locations, like ground locations. So I'm going to not put them in. So 4 locations. He only bedded 2 women in this movie, and I think that's pretty good. Now, I've got my calories burned in this movie. I burned 938 calories, and the total calories was 1,304, so that's pretty good. It took me 2 hours and 10 minutes and 46 seconds to watch. Also pretty good. Now, in regards to my weight loss, I have no idea at the moment. Again, I will put it at the bottom of the screen. It'll be down here somewhere at the bottom of the screen, and you'll know if it's good or bad. My eating, though, has been shocking lately. I haven't really stuck to anything. I really need to get my head back in the game and focus again. And I will. But I'm just distracted. I've had so much stuff going on lately, especially with our cat Vader. I'm gonna bring it down a bit. A week before recording this, my wife Liz called me into the kitchen, and I ran in there, and Vader, our cat, was having a seizure on the floor, was thrashing around, foaming at the mouth. We did not know what was going on. His back legs weren't working. It was one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life. He was panting and uncontrollably thrashing his body around, and we took him straight to the vet after that. They did blood tests. They had no idea what was going on. And all we've done for like the last 5 or 6 days is spend as much time with him as possible. Because I was scared. I was almost crying because when he stopped having his seizure, I had my hand on his back just to kind of hold him in place so he wouldn't hurt himself. When he stopped having his seizure, he looked at me directly in my eyes because I was laying on the ground to be as close to the floor as possible with him. His eyes were just completely dilated and he did not recognize me at all. And I just kept on saying, "You all right, buddy? Come on, Vader. You okay, buddy?" Like that. And it was scary. And I wanted to record this over the weekend, and I just didn't have it in me. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to really record anything. I just wanted to kind of not deal with what had happened. We did deal with it, but it was scary, and I felt like it was bad. I didn't like it, and we've got to take him for some more blood tests. So I took longer to bring this review, but I think it's worked out for the best because it's also allowed me more time to watch the movie and really let little things sink in and just how beautiful this movie is. And so anyway, our cat Vader is a lot better now. So everything's going good. We just got to get some more blood tests this week. And in my next video, I'll give an update then. But look, that's all for now. The video's running probably is one of my longest ones. So I just want to thank everybody for subscribing, for liking, for commenting. For the people that are giving it a thumbs down, that's fine. I don't care if that's how you feel. Do it by all means. But I really do appreciate everyone. Now, as a little thing again, my aim for the end of this year is to hit 500 subscribers. I hope I get there. If not, I'm doing my best. So I appreciate everybody that's watching. And I hope you're all doing well. And if not, let me know and we can have a discussion, or head over to my Instagram, which will be up on the screen somewhere. And we can also have a discussion there. But until I speak to you next time, have a absolutely wonderful time. Enjoy YouTube. Enjoy your life. Enjoy family and friends. And I will see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Ross Vlogs. I think that's the title of the channel, Ross Vlogs. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the James Bond movie, Moonraker, which stars Roger Moore and a plank of wood and Jaws. It'll make sense soon, trust me. It'll make sense soon. Now, my last review was The Spy Who Loved Me. Thank you very much for everyone that had watched that review. It was that one there was a fantastic movie. It was a tough film to review because I absolutely adore that movie. And I had so much fun reviewing it, editing the movie. And you'll have to forgive me because it is very windy here in Melbourne at the moment. It's Good Friday today, and it's very windy, and I knew if I didn't film today, I wouldn't be filming this weekend. My wife's Orthodox, so we've got a lot of things planned this weekend. But anyway, when it came to The Spy Who Loved Me, the review, it was, as I said, it was very much a tough movie to review because I have absolutely adored that movie all the way since 1999 when I first saw it. And since then, it has been a movie that I've returned to endlessly. Like, I watch the James Bond movies annually. I rewatch every one of the movies, sometimes twice annually. The Spy Who Loved Me is one of those films where I can just throw it on whenever I want. Now, the reason I keep mentioning The Spy Who Loved Me is because this film here was hot off the heels of that. The Spy Who Loved Me came out in 1977, which just so happened to be the same year that we got the movie Star Wars A New Hope, Episode 4. It was also 1977, and because of that movie, because of the massive success of Star Wars, Cubby Broccoli, producer of the James Bond series up to that point, or through that point of the franchise, decided, well, where else can Bond go? We've already taken him all around the world. Let's go into space. And much like Katy Perry recently, James Bond flew into space, and what an adventure it's an adventure. It certainly is a thrilling time, this movie, and we're going to discuss it. We're going to talk about it. Now, I am going to be upfront in saying that usually, whilst watching these movies, I'm working out, I'm exercising, something like that. I have stopped doing that. I know, I'm still in that funk of I still need to count my calories again, and I need to be strict with myself again, but time has just been not friendly to me at the moment, and if I didn't watch the movies outside of exercise, I would not be bringing any of these reviews. So I'm going to just continue to review these movies. I'm going to continue to bring health updates of some kind as I do watch the movies. So if you're here for that, sorry. If you're not here for that and you're here for just the reviews, well, hopefully you stick around. Now, Moonraker, as I said, came hot off the heels of The Spy Who Loved Me, which was the same year that Star Wars released. And because of that success, they decided, well, let's bring Moonraker instead of For Your Eyes Only, which I do believe was promised at the end of The Spy Who Loved Me. I believe it was meant to be The Spy Who Loved Me, followed by For Your Eyes Only, but then they decided, nope, scrap that, we're going to bring Moonraker, because it's moon, the space, Star Wars, people will make the connection, and that's what we get. And it is certainly a fun film. I have had differing opinions on this movie over the years, and I'll tell you up front now, I had fun. I always had fun watching this movie, and in saying that, I have watched this movie about 5 times over the last week and a bit. On top of that, I'm going to be upfront here. I've been having back and forths in the comments with people, and some people are telling me, that their fondness for The Man with the Golden Gun. So I decided, you know what? I'm just gonna put the horse blinders on, and I'm gonna watch the Roger Moore era of movies up to Moonraker again. So I put on Live and Let Die. Then I put on The Man with the Golden Gun. I put on The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker. I've watched all 4 of those movies in the period of time since I recorded, edited, and uploaded my last The Spy Who Loved Me review. And in that time, I can confidently say that The Man with the Golden Gun is a very fun movie. It has its flaws, which I stand by from the previous reviews, but it is very fun. And much like that movie, this movie also has its flaws, but I find it extremely fun. And that wouldn't have been the case if I had reviewed it, say, 2 years ago. So let's just start the movie off. As it does, the movie begins it begins with the hijacking of a Moonraker space shuttle. It's attached to like a 747 commercial airplane type of thing. And what these things can do is they will fly, and then they can take off and land much like a conventional airplane. And midway through the flight, the Moonraker shuttle is hijacked, and it is taken off, and as it flies away, it explodes the plane that was carrying it, that was transporting it. And the MI6 says, well, we need to get Bond on the case, because The Moonraker shuttle was on loan to the United Kingdom via Hugo Drax, or Drax Industries. And Hugo Drax is like the villain of the movie. He's the big bad of the movie, which is no secret because within about 3 minutes of meeting him on screen, when Bond and Hugo Drax meet each other, there is no lies, there is no hidden secrets here. Bond knows this guy is evil. This guy knows that Bond is onto him. And Hugo Drax pretty much spells it out to the audience when he turns to, what is it, Chang, I think it is? And he says to Chang, make sure, some harm comes to Mr. Bond. And then the scene ends. And it's like, oh, okay, well, they're not making any qualms about this. They're not going to pretend that he's a good guy. No, he is an evil villain from the beginning. So what happened is the Moonraker shuttle gets hijacked and taken away. And because in the destruction of the plane that was, scattered and they found the remains of the plane, the debris, they didn't find any of the remains of the Moonraker shuttle. So they're trying to find out now who's taken it and for what reason. So Bond flies to California, where Hugo Drax is housed, in this massive, French... It looks like a castle. This place is beautiful. And the scenery is beautiful too. I mean, they're meant to be in California, but clearly they're in France or wherever they're in. And so Bond goes there and he meets with Hugo Drax, and very quickly you realise, this he's shifty. There's something going on with this guy. But you don't know why he's stolen his own shuttle, because, it's his shuttle, but he's stolen it. And then Bond meets Dr. Holly Goodhead. And we're going to take a moment, and we're going to be very mature here, people, and we're going to say it again. Dr. Holly Goodhead. I know we've had Pussy Galore, and we're going to be getting Octopussy. So I know the entendre and we've had Triple X, and we've had all these women that are really sexy and beautiful and everything like that. Honey Rider. We've had all these kind of, innuendo sexual type of names. But Dr. Holly Goodhead is the most on-the-nose name that you can have. And what makes it worse is in this movie, she's played Dr. Holly Goodhead. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Dr. Holly Goodhead is played by the actress Lois Chiles. She was a model. I don't know if she's still acting, but she was an actress. The only problem is she can't act. And it is so obvious that she's simply here for her looks, but she has the acting range of a plank of wood. I've seen trees that act better than this woman. And it is so distracting in this movie that it completely rips you out of every single scene that she's in. And I am going to include a clip.
Your powers of observation do you credit, Mr. Bond?
James, to my friends.
Holly Goodhead.
Terrible. If she's in the scene and she's not speaking, I can buy it. She's there, wonderful. As soon as she begins to talk, I'm like, oh, what is going on? And it's for that reason that I understand why in the early Bond films they would hire models that had no real acting experience, but they were beautiful women, and then they would just dub over the lines because they wanted someone that had, obviously they wanted beauty, but they also wanted kind of an exotic appeal to the woman, so they would dub the voice. You can understand why, because if this is the caliber of acting that would have appeared in the early Bond films, I don't think we would have gotten to this stage of Bond movies. And it's a shame that I have to be so rough on her because she really isn't that good, and she's in this movie from about the 20-minute mark until the very end of the closing credits of the movie, which is a shame. And there are other women in this movie that are more attractive, better acting too. You've got Manuela in this movie who James Bond meets in Rio, and then you've got Dolly, who is Jaws's girlfriend. And in saying that, yes, Jaws, the assassin from The Spy Who Loved Me, is in this movie again. We saw that he survived at the end in the shark tank in the previous film, and at the end of The Spy Who Loved Me, he was swimming toward the camera while Atlantis was destroyed behind him. So we knew he survived, and in this film here, he does return again as a henchman. And they have really played up the fact that he's now just like Wile E. Coyote from Looney Tunes. And it is... it's like... This is like the opening of this movie when they're trying to get Bond. The first time we see Bond in this movie in the pre-title sequence, Bond is on an aeroplane making out with one of the flight attendants on this little small private plane, and all of a sudden they turn against him, the pilot and the flight attendant, and they're going to throw Bond out of they're going to leave Bond in the plane. They're going to jump out with parachutes, and Bond's going to be stuck in there, and Bond kicks the pilot out. The flight attendant is, from memory, she's still in the plane, I believe. And then Bond gets kicked out of the plane by Jaws, who just appears. And this guy is like hunched over, like he can't even stay in the plane. He's that tall. And anyway, Bond and Jaws have this fight midair, which is, I mean, you can tell that it's stuntman, but it's brilliant. And again, it's testament to the Bond films and the way that they've handled stunts, that they're just, you still cannot the only franchise that I see competing with the James Bond movies is the Mission Impossible movies, and that's because Tom Cruise is... Look, that's discussions for another time. But, so Bond and Jaws are free-falling out of the sky. Bond has no parachute. Jaws has a parachute. Bond then gets the parachute off the pilot, free-falling, puts it on, then Jaws goes after Bond. Bond then pulls his parachute to escape Jaws, so he flies away. And then Jaws is like, oh, well, I'll just pull my cord. He pulls it that hard that the cord rips out, and Jaws is like, what the hell? And then he starts flapping his arms like he's trying to fly. And it's ridiculous. But he falls down into the tent of a circus, and that's the end. And then we go into the title sequence, which is Moonraker, or All Time High. No, it is Moonraker. I'm thinking of something else. It is the Moonraker song, as sung by Shirley Bassey, who has returned, and she's phenomenal. But anyway, once we come out of that, later in the movie, as I said, Bond meets with Drax and realizes that this guy is evil, like pure evil, and there's no hiding it. He's pure evil. Meets Dr. Holly Goodhead. He finds out something shifty's going on. He takes some photos off a 007 camera of plans. Then he goes to Venice. When he's there, he discovers a couple of more things, and when we're in at this place, we find out what's actually going on, and there's a plant from the Amazon that they're extracting something from it, using it as like a poison. Just think of it like a poisonous gas that when exposed to any human, it'll just kill them, it'll wipe them out, but all plant life and animal life will be perfectly safe. So the whole idea is that Drax has stolen the shuttle to have more of them, because one of his had a malfunction or something, I believe. So he stole the shuttle that was on loan to the UK. He's going to load them up almost like Noah's Ark. So he's going to take beautiful men and beautiful women. He's going to fly them up into space to his space station. And then he's going to pretty much bomb the Earth with gas that'll wipe out the human race. And then he's going to use his perfect specimens, as he calls them, to repopulate the Earth. And then they will... breed and create a new perfect human race. I'm not going to say that they sound kind of Aryan and Nazi-like, but they do, and it's really silly. But there is a part when Bond is in Venice and he's fighting with Hugo Drax's henchman called Chang, and Bond beats him, he throws him out of a window, the guy falls on a piano and dies. And then the next scene, we kind of cut to Hugo Drax talking with someone on the phone, and I don't understand what's going on. It's like he's talking to a boss or a superior, and he's saying, oh, it's okay, we've still got all this, and the mission will continue. And then he gets like a replacement henchman who is Jaws. And so Jaws survived at the start, falling from the sky. And then the next time we see him, he's on like those, what are those cable cars that go up and down like mountains? He's on a cable car, him and Bond are fighting. That gets destroyed. Jaws survives that again and then meets his girlfriend Dolly. And then the next time we see Jaws, it's when Bond is on the Amazon River and Jaws wants to turn the steering wheel of the speedboat and rips it off. And then it goes over the edge of the waterfall. He survives that. And then the next time we see him after that, he's in space, in the space station, which is breaking apart and crumbling. And then in a tiny kind of like, if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it, we find out that the Americans or the astronauts that went up into space to fight Hugo Drax's like laser fighting guys, we find out just in a tiny, like I said, just almost blink and you miss it moment that they have two survivors, which was Jaws and his girlfriend Dolly. This guy is a cartoon character. And the reason they brought him back was because after The Spy Who Loved Me, apparently Cubby Broccoli kept on getting letters from children and they really fell in love with the character of Jaws. I don't know why, but they fell in love with the character of Jaws. And they're like, why does he have to be a bad guy? So in this film here at the end, when they're in the space station, he turns face and he helps Bond and Dr. Holly Goodhead. And he even helps them escape so they can destroy these like orbs that are going toward the Earth from, stop them from spreading their gas. And that's the whole film. The whole film is Bond going from, this plane thing to California, to Venice, to Rio, to the Amazon River, which is still in Rio de Janeiro, to space, in the space shuttle, then orbiting the Earth, and then he attempts re-entry in a famous quote, and then the movie ends. And it's like one mission after the other. Bond is just like, it's like an RPG game. It's just go here, do this, the breadcrumb takes you here, then that takes you there, then that takes you there. And it's probably the most obvious it's ever been in any of the Bond films. And like I said, this movie is fun. Like I watch this movie and I have so much fun watching it. There is no real bad things about this movie. And I know people complain, and I've done it in the past. I can fully admit that in the past I've kind of been like, why is Bond going to space? That's unbelievable. That's crap. Bond shouldn't be in space. Bond should be realistic. But the previous film, he was driving a submersible car. He was driving a submarine car. A car that transformed into a submarine. The movie before that, we were okay with Scaramanga having a car that turned into a plane. The movie before that, we had Bond dealing with voodoo and magic and a guy that was dying and then would come back to life and then die and come back to life. There are so many times that these movies get fantastical, we should just go with it. And this movie here is testament to that Bond is allowed to be fantastical and it's an adventure. It's a fun time. And this movie here, every time I watch it, I'm having a good time watching it now. But it's taking me almost 20 years to get to that point where now I can start to just enjoy it for what it is. And I thank the comments that I've got recently that have made me do the same thing with The Man with the Golden Gun, where I've gone back, like I said, just recently, and I rewatched the Roger Moore films I've reviewed so far. And I've enjoyed the films. I've gone back and I've watched them and I've been like, okay, The Man with the Golden Gun's actually pretty cool and Christopher Lee's really great and everything like that. And with this film here, I went in it with a completely open mind. I didn't want to have any sort of issues going into this movie and I enjoyed it. The only thing I didn't like, as I said, was Dr. Holly Goodhead. She's a terrible actress. She cannot act. And I'm hoping that I'm not the only one that sees that, but her line delivery is pathetic and it's bad. And there is one other thing that this movie that I've noticed this time. In previous movies, Bond has always been someone that knows everything. Like so an example would be Sean Connery's done it when they're talking about brandy. There was a scene in, what was it? I can't remember which Bond film it was, but they're talking about brandy and Bond knows pretty much what year the brandy and all this stuff and everything like that. And then you had George Lazenby do it when it came to the butterflies when he was talking with M. And then you've had Roger Moore done it in The Man with the Golden Gun, where he knows everything about the Man with the Golden Gun. He does it again in The Spy Who Loved Me when he meets... oh my God, I can't even remember the guy's name, but when he goes to Atlantis and the guy asks him, do you know what that breed of fish is? And Bond knows everything about that breed of fish. And in this film here, he does it again. He knows everything about everything about everything about everything. And it's just, in this movie, it is obvious, more so than in the previous films. And Roger Moore comes across a little bit obnoxious when he does it. Like, he plays it tongue-in-cheek, as he always does when he's playing Bond. But it got to me after a while where I'm just a little bit like, Like, come on, we get it now. And he does it a few times in this movie, and I'm like, all right, we get it. You know everything. And I never have this feeling any other time in the Bond franchise. It's only in this film, in Moonraker, where it's like, all right, mate, we get it now. We know you know everything. You're the master of everything. So I think that there just kind of got to me in this film. Maybe because Lois Child is in this film and Dr. Holly Goodhead is just a pathetic character. I don't know. But there are just... Anyway, it just gets to me. I have to say that because although I'm here to speak the positives of these movies, I have to say the negatives. Now, as a film, I'm happy because John Barry is back in this film and he does a really good job on the score. Like I said, the title song, Moonraker, Shirley Bassey, top notch. I always love her vocals. She's really good. This one here is more similar to Nobody Does It Better from the previous film, The Spy Who Loved Me, where it's a slower, almost romantic ballad song. And during the end credits of this movie, they've got a disco version of the Moonraker song, which if I can put it in, I'll put it in, but I know I get copyright strike a lot with YouTube, so I'm not going to chance it. There are a lot of good things about this movie, some beautiful locations. Rio de Janeiro is phenomenal. It's a shame that they've turned Jaws from like this real menacing like figure from the previous movie, and they've made him more comedic, but I get it. The kids wanted something different. No problems. Do it for it doesn't bother me. He's here. I laugh because he's almost, like I said, as a cartoon character now. It feels like, if you had made this movie, let me say it again. If Jaws was in the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, he would almost be the toon characters in that movie. Let me just say it like that. And I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine with that. There's some good action in this movie. Bond has some wonderful one-liners. He's got some fantastic moments. There's a part when he's talking with Hugo Drax and Hugo Drax gives him a gun and they're going like, not skeet shooting, they're almost like duck shooting. Like as the birds fly off, they'll just shoot them. And Hugo Drax is like, oh, give it a try. And Bond's like, okay. And there's a sniper up in one of the trees that's about to kill Bond. And Hugo Drax has put this guy there to kill Bond. So as Bond just turns and he shoots, he misses the birds. And Hugo Drax is like, oh, you missed. And then the guy falls out of the tree and Bond just looks at him and goes, did I? And then just hands him the gun and walks off. And it is classic. I love that moment. I love it. I absolutely love it. So this film here for me is so highly enjoyable. I can recommend it to anybody. Again, I know people can be a little bit touch and go when it comes to Moonraker, but I can easily say it's a highly rewatchable Bond film, and it looks beautiful too. The digital remaster that they did during the 50th anniversary of the Bond films, this movie here looks crisp. It looks fantastic. Even the space moments in this movie, when you've got Hugo Drax's men fighting like the opposite forces, the good guys. I can't remember if they're Americans. I think they're Americans or whoever, the Americans or the UK, when they're fighting against each other. And you've got the lasers going back and forth. I love the sounds that the lasers make too. I don't know what it is. The sound that they make is really cool. Anyway, really good. Those sequences look fantastic. The space shuttle looks really good. Oh, there is one other thing. When they're in the space station and they're in space and they're trying to like show the movement in a zero gravity area, it's laughable because it's like all they've done is told the actors to move slow And I was going to replicate it then, but I'm not. But it's like, you just move and we'll slow down the footage a bit. Or so almost like it replicates the floatiness of space. And they do it. And there's a part when Hugo Drax is moving across the screen. And it clearly just looks like somebody moving slowly like this. And it's just cringeworthy. I don't like that part. Every time I see it, I laugh because it's funny. And I don't think it's meant to be funny. But yeah, I have a good time watching Moonraker. I really do. Fun time. I wouldn't say it's up there with Roger Moore's best, but I will say that I had a really good time watching it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the stats for this movie. Again, being upfront, it didn't work out during this movie, so we're not going to put any of those stats up. But I will do the kill count, the locations, and the women that Bond bedded. So we've got a kill count of 10, pretty simple. There's like the pilot, Hugo Drax's thugs. There's a part in Venice where there's like a chase sequence on, are they gondolas? I think they're gondolas. And Bond's got a motorised one, obviously designed by Q, and he's like motorising it, and he's turns into a speedboat, and that's a cool sequence. And there's a couple of kills in there, which is really cool. Fun times in this movie. You got a speedboat sequence later on in the movie, which is phenomenal. So there's some really good set pieces. There's no car chase in this movie, but they've, like I said, they've got the 2 boat sequences, which are just fantastic. They're really, really fun times, and I appreciate it because the previous movie had the Lotus car chase sequence, and I hope people have gone out and watched it, but the Lotus car chase sequence is so hard to top, and if they had come into this movie with the intention of, all right, we need a car chase sequence, it would have failed miserably. So I'm glad they didn't even attempt to copy that, and they just said, let's just do boat sequences. We're just going to do boats. So the Bond kill count for this movie was 10. We have 4 locations. I was going to count space as another location, probably could, but we've got, London, we've got California, Venice, Rio de Janeiro. He does go to the Amazon River, but that's still in Brazil, so I'm not going to count it. And then we've got the space station. So I guess technically we've got 5. Ladies bedded, we've got 3. Unfortunately, one of them is Dr. Goodhead, and she's not that good, and I don't like her. So Dr. Badhead, maybe I'm playing into the innuendo here. I shouldn't. Anyway, we're gonna leave that go. Don't worry about that. Now, the next film that I review will be For Your Eyes Only. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to say anything until we get to that review. I will just say that I truly, truly, truly do appreciate every single person that has liked and commented on the previous videos, all the subscribers that I'm getting. It means so much to me. You have no idea. It just means a lot because I do these reviews because I love the James Bond movies, and I don't really push them at all. The only place I really mention them is on Instagram, so I don't have any family that knows about them, so I know I'm not getting those fake views from family members, and that's about it. So I'm just glad that I'm getting views for these videos. It means that there are people out there that do enjoy either me reviewing them or just the James Bond movies in general, and it means a lot. It really does mean a lot. I'm not trying to do anything different than what other people are doing out there. I'm just trying to give my opinions on the Bond movies and just hope that people have a good time while they watch these. And I'm grateful that there are people liking and, as I said, commenting and subscribing. So it really does mean a lot. And again, my Instagram is up top here or somewhere on the screen. But as you can probably guess, I do reply to comments. So if you do leave a comment, I'm straight in there and I do reply. I edit, I write my reviews, I script everything. Everything is me. This whole channel is me. If I did a credits roll on the screen, it would just be me. So any small bit of feedback is taken on board and appreciated. So thank you very much. Now, I hope that you're all doing well. Mental health is very important, so please look after it. Physical health is also important. I need to look after it. But no, honestly, thank you very much for just tuning in, for clicking, for watching. If you do want to help the channel, you can share the video or just like it, comment, whatever you want. If you leave a thumbs down, no problems, but leave a comment so I know why you've left a thumbs down. Because as I said, feedback, it's great and I take it on board. So I'm not out here to make you push the like button if you don't want to. Do it if you want to. Put a thumbs down if you want to. But just let me know why so I can help myself improve. That's about it. I'm not going to say anything else. For me, it's Easter this weekend. For everyone else, it would have already passed by now as of the time of recording this. So I just hope everyone spent it with family and friends and they had a fantastic weekend. If you celebrate, if not, just have a great weekend anyway. Beyond that, thank you very much for watching. I will return in another week or two. And take care of yourself. Ross will return. Ross will return. Hi everyone, welcome back to another Ross Vlogs review. It's a review. It's a James Bond review, and this time we are reviewing the 5th entry in the Roger Moore entries of James Bond, and this time it is For Your Eyes Only, released in 1981, and it was coming off the heels of Moonraker from 1979. Now, if you remember in that review, we spoke about the fact that the movie originally meant to come out after The Spy Who Loved Me was For Your Eyes Only. But due to the success of Star Wars in 1977, producer Cubby Broccoli said pretty much, let's capitalise on that. Let's take Bond into outer space. Let's bring Moonraker instead of For Your Eyes Only. And they did. And Moonraker released to critical acclaim. It was a massive success for the James Bond franchise and really did have some... It's a fun movie. I said that in my previous review. It's not going to get many accolades. It's not a phenomenal movie. I wouldn't watch it over a Star Wars movie. But it is a tremendously fun, fantastical adventure. But unfortunately, where do you take Bond from there? You take him to outer space. Where else is there to go? And that was something that the producer, Cubby Broccoli, and his stepson, Michael G. Wilson, who was also co-writer of this movie, that's what they realised. If we keep taking Bond, if we keep upping ourselves, where do we go? Outer space is as high as we can go. Where else do we go? And it became a bit of a thing because not only was the movie very expensive to finance, yes, it did make back a lot of money, but if you keep traveling in that direction with Bond, you're going to get to the point where it's not a James Bond franchise anymore. It's not a James Bond film anymore. So they decided, let's save money. We're going to take Bond back down to earth and we're going to ground this character as much as we can. So they stripped out the gadgets. They took it back to an almost 1960s-esque spy film. They got rid of all the end of the world type of drama and they just grounded the villains and the character of Bond in this movie. And on top of that, at this period of time in the franchise, Roger Moore was on a film-by-film basis for his contract. He originally signed on for three films. He had Live and Let Die was the first movie, The Man with the Golden Gun, followed by The Spy Who Loved Me. After that, his contract had finished. He was on a 3-film contract. That finished. When it came time to do Moonraker, they had to negotiate that contract. And then when it came time to do this film, For Your Eyes Only, Roger Moore pretty much said he was done. He didn't want to return anymore. He had finished. He was done. He was done with the character. He was done. What was actually happening, though, was Cubby Broccoli was actually auditioning a replacement for James Bond in the background. and Roger Moore found out and then publicly announced to, I believe it was the Daily Mail, publicly announced in the Daily Mail that he would not be returning to James Bond. And 2 weeks later, he was rehired as James Bond. I think, speculate, that a truckload of money would have pulled up on Roger Moore's home, and he would have just taken that money and said, yep, let's go. And that does not mean that the performance in this movie is at all bad. No. Roger Moore's performance in this film is brilliant. Roger Moore in this movie is probably the second best he's been in his entire run. I personally find The Spy Who Loved Me to be Roger Moore's best. I love that movie. It is my favourite Roger Moore movie. But a little secret is that, for your eyes only, this very film here is my second favourite Roger Moore movie. And it is absolutely amazing. It's got everything. It's got everything. Now, what I enjoy about this movie is not only did they want to ground the character, but the way it was originally written was that they were going to introduce a new actor as James Bond. And they wanted to tie the new actor into the past continuity that they had with James Bond. Now, if you remember, in 1969, we had the phenomenal movie On Her Majesty's Secret Service with George Lazenby as James Bond. In that movie, he got married. And at the end of that movie, Blofeld and, I cannot remember her name, and I'm not going to, but we had Blofeld was driving the car, and one of the henchwomen in that movie killed Tracy Bond. And the end of that movie, that was it. It was done. And at the beginning of Diamonds Are Forever, I was very disappointed, and you can see from my review, I was very disappointed that that film didn't follow On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Now, it does kind of follow it a little bit, where Bond is in the pre-title sequence looking for Blofeld, but it wasn't a satisfactory. It wasn't satisfying for me. I didn't feel that Sean Connery sold the emotional connection at all. It was just like that they forgot about On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and Diamonds Are Forever felt like a continuation of You Only Live Twice. Then I mentioned in The Spy Who Loved Me that there was a scene when Roger Moore, as James Bond, was sitting in a bar with Anya Amasova, and she was a Russian agent, and in that scene, they've done a little bit of research on each other, and as they're having a drink, they order each other's drinks, and as they're talking, she mentions that, James Bond, you have been married once, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as she says that, Roger Moore cuts her off. And I loved that moment because it finally acknowledged, for me, it acknowledged that Bond had been married, and it acknowledged that these were the same James Bond. There's no James Bond is a codename theory. That's a terrible theory and I don't like it. No, this was the same James Bond that had the adventures in From Russia with Love and Goldfinger. Also on Her Majesty's Secret Service happened. It was part of the continuity, and Roger Moore was that same Bond. And he had lost a wife. And I loved it because they acknowledged it. And in this film, as I said, they were looking for an actor to replace Roger Moore, and the film, for your eyes only, opens up with James Bond walking toward the grave and placing flowers on the grave of Tracy Bond. And her date of death is 1969, thereby making On Her Majesty's Secret Service stamped continuity. It is part of the James Bond franchise, and it means, to me, as someone that holds that as my favourite Bond film, it means so much to me. It's absolutely amazing. But what it also does is, because we have Roger Moore playing the same Bond as George Lazenby and Sean Connery, he's the same Bond, just different actor. It acknowledges the fact that Roger Moore is older in this film. And in this movie here, he is, I would say, in his early to mid-50s, and at the time of release of this movie, Roger Moore was also in his early to mid 50s. And I like the fact that they've got him at that age, because it actually plays up on that when it comes to elements of this story. One element of that is some of the Bond girls. So one of the Bond girls in this movie is Lynn Holly Johnson. I believe that's, yes, Lynn Holly Johnson. And she plays BB Doll in this movie. And she's like a figure skater, ice skater in this movie. And she's peppered throughout the middle to later portions of the movie. And she's a fantastic character in the movie. She makes me laugh. I believe she's meant to be a very late-aged teen girl, so I'm thinking 17, 18, 19 years old in this movie. And she is a very flirtatious young lady and makes no secret of the fact that she has the hots for James Bond, to the point where James Bond actually returns to his hotel room one night and is a little bit sus, and when he turns the light on, he sees that, yep, BB Doll is in his bed, naked, under the sheets, and she comes onto him and she suggests that maybe they could, have maybe there could be a shag happening. And Bond lets her down because she's so young, and pretty much says to her, why don't you just put your clothes on and I'll go buy you an ice cream. And
he thinks I'm still a virgin.
Yes, well, you get your clothes on, and I'll buy you an ice cream.
I love that, because if this was Bond, say, 3-4 films ago, he would have gone for it. He would have been there and he would have had a good time. But we're showing a more mature, aged James Bond, and Roger Moore plays it up perfectly. Like I said, his age is acknowledged in this movie, and it's done perfectly, and I love it. But let's go back to the beginning of the movie, the pre-title sequence. As I said, Bond walks in, and it was designed to introduce a new actor as James Bond, and it would have tied the continuity and let the audience know that, yes, this is the same James Bond. But we have Roger Moore back, and I'm very thankful for that. So Roger Moore places the flowers at the grave, and then a helicopter for Universal Exports, which is the cover for his main job, shows up, and they're going to be taking him back to MI6 to, I guess, start his next mission. And in the helicopter, the pilot suddenly gets electrocuted through the big ear headphones that he's got, and it is taken over by remote control from another area by Blofeld. It is Blofeld in all but name, because they actually couldn't use the name Blofeld. And I will get onto that in my next review of Octopussy. I'll explain why. But Blofeld's in a wheelchair, bald, with his white cat, and he's got his neck brace, which is a returning thing from On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which I love. Anyway, the opening sequence on the helicopter is brilliant. So Bond's in the back seat of the helicopter, and he has to escape out of the side of the helicopter, walk along the tracks, the landing tracks of the helicopter as it's flying, and the stunt work is phenomenal. Please give credit to all the stunt workers out there. They are phenomenal. And anyway, Bond is, side shifting across the helicopter because he's got to get into the front compartment where the pilot's body is. And it's a terrifying sequence because the helicopter's just going all over the place, near all these big smokestacks, through old, decrepit-looking buildings. And he finally gets in there, takes control of the helicopter, and finally gets his revenge on Blofeld by picking him up with the bottom of the helicopter landing tracks, puts it through the wheelchair, lifts up Blofeld, flies over a smokestack, drops him in to his death, and then flies away. And it's the title sequence begins, which is the For Your Eyes Only song as sung by Sheena Easton. Again, fantastic song. It's more in lines of The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker. It's more of a love song, slow ballad type of song. It's not the rock songs that we had in the two earlier Roger Moore movies, and I'm fine with that because we've kind of got that trend, and this is more of a romantic movie. I mean, it's you've got the main Bond girl in this movie. She's beautiful. Melina Havelock is absolutely beautiful. She's played by Carole Bouquet. I believe that's how you pronounce it, Carole Bouquet. And she's a French model / actress, and she's beautiful in this movie. Her eyes are just I remember when Casino Royale was coming out and everyone kept on saying how like the steel blue look of Daniel Craig's eyes looked, and everyone couldn't believe how beautiful his eyes looked. Melina Havelock, please. She's got fantastic eyes, and she's half Greek, and that's a thing in this movie. The character is half Greek. She makes an effort to keep on mentioning that, and my wife is full Greek, and I asked my wife, "Are Greek women feisty like that?" I don't get the whole thing, but apparently in this movie, within the James Bond franchise, if you're half Greek, you are a warrior of some kind, and I don't know why that's a thing, but it's a thing in this movie. But anyway, the ATAC device looks like a typewriter, old school typewriter, but in the body of a keyboard. That's kind of what it looks like. The size of a typewriter in a keyboard. And this device is used to send commands to the Royal Navy, the British Royal Navy submarines. Those commands then allow the submarines to say, hey, we need to target this and this and this. And then they can shoot and fire those missiles. And what happens is the ATAC is on a, well, it's on a sailing ship, on like a fishing ship. But underneath is where all the intelligence area is. So it's actually like a secret intelligence boat, but it just looks from the surface, it looks like a sailing, like a fishing boat. And all of a sudden, a bomb goes off by accident, not caused by anything else. A bomb goes off. The ATAC device, instead of being detonated, because they don't get to it in time to detonate it and self-destruct it, it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. And when the KGB finds out, they're like, ooh, we need this. And if we can get this, well, as it's described to Bond, if it falls into the wrong hands, anyone can send commands to the submarines and get them to target their own cities. And we can't have that. So Bond's whole mission is now he has to go and find the ATAC, find out who's got it or who's trying to get it, stop them, and end it. That's his whole mission. And Melina gets drawn into this because her parents were actually being used, their shipping vessels were being used to locate where the sunken ship was, and in the process, her parents get murdered. And she's now on a revenge mission to find these people and kill them and obviously avenge her parents. And that's how she gets tied up into this movie. And I find it to be absolutely brilliant. Like, it doesn't have any... There is at no point in this movie any submarine targeting a major city to threaten to destroy it. It is simply Bond going after the ATAC, finding out where it is, going after it, and stopping it from falling into KGB hands. That's it. And I love it because you have to think, we've come from The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, which were both about destroying Earth. One of them was to live under the sea, and one of them was to live in space, repopulate, and then come back down to Earth. And this film here is just a small, tiny little scale compared to those massive stories, and I think it pays off perfectly in this movie. And you've got this, the main villain in this movie is Aristotle Christados, as played by Julian Glover. And when he's first introduced into this movie, he is... And you believe it, he's sold to the audience as almost like Bond's Karen Bay from Russia with Love. He is sold off like Bond's buddy in the movie. And he keeps on feeding Bond intel. He's a well-connected person, so he's feeding Bond intel. He's telling him about all these people. Watch out for that guy because that's Columbo, and Columbo is known for doing this and smuggling this and doing this, and he's probably the one that tried to kill you and this and that. And it's not until about maybe just over halfway into the movie where Columbo and Bond finally come face to face, and Columbo hands Bond his own Walther and says, I'm not the bad guy, it's Christados who's the bad guy, and he's been playing you for a fool. And Bond believes him, and we as an audience are like, holy crap, this guy here was so good. He fooled Bond, he fooled the audience. And that goes to show how good the script is written in this movie. Like, the writing in this movie is fantastic. I can't speak highly enough about For Your Eyes Only. it really is a phenomenal movie. And as I said, you've got Aristotle Christados in this movie as the main villain, and and it's one of those things. He's not like a megalomaniac. He's not out there to kill this person and that. No, he simply wants the ATAC device to make money. That he doesn't care. He just wants. It's about money, and I can appreciate that. Like I said, I prefer a grounded Bond. I don't mind the fantastical elements, but I really do like a grounded Bond story. And this movie here, For Your Eyes Only, really does take me back to the days of From Russia with Love and Dr. No, which were both very much a spy espionage movie without the big overarching plot of we're going to destroy the whole planet. And yeah, Christados he's really well done. Julian Glover, he acts his life out in this movie, and you probably remember him too. He played the bad guy in what's it called? The third Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade. He's the one that warns Dr. Jones, Indiana, to not trust anybody, and then turns out to be the one that double crosses him. So I guess very similar in this film here, he double crosses Bond. So I think that's quite good. Now, this film here, there are some wonderful sequences in this movie. I've already spoken about the opening action sequence with a helicopter. There is a car chase sequence in this movie where Bond is escaping from the bad guys with Melina. He's running toward his Lotus, which makes a return in this film. But when he gets there, it explodes because it's got an alarm system, and one of the bad guys breaks the window and the car explodes. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't have any gadgets. He's got nothing. And Melina says, I've got a car, and they run, and it's a little Citroen, a tiny little thing of a car. It's a little yellow car, but the sequence is brilliant. Like Bond and Melina are driving down this mountain, down winding roads, tight little streets, and they've got these two cars chasing her behind, and they're getting thrown all over the place. The car's flipping, literally to the point where the car flips on its roof, and Bond and Melina have to get the townspeople to help them flip it up onto their wheels, push it to start it, and get it going. It's brilliant. It's such a fun little sequence. Then you've got another part where Bond is in Italy, and he's like where all the snow is and everything like that. And all of a sudden, the bad guys, the henchmen, are after him. And there's this phenomenal sequence where Bondi's on skis, and they got the same skier that was the stunt guy for James Bond, for George Lazenby in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. They brought him back to do the ski sequence as James Bond in this film, and it shows, and it is great. He's on skis, the bad guys are on motorbikes with like spikes on their wheels, and they are just gunning for him, and Bond is just, he's going for it. Again, brilliant. No gadgets. It's just his wits, and he's going for it. And I love that. I absolutely love that about this movie. It is strip the gadgets away, now you got Bond. And it's not to say that they've left out like gadgets completely. There are gadgets in this movie, but they're used in such a way that Bond never takes them into his mission. Like, he has to identify a character, so he goes to Q branch, he sits down, they put this monitor on, and he identifies the person by punching it into a computer, and then the computer spits it out, and then identifies this person, and that's it. But that's all we're talking about. I mean, there's another sequence where Bond is climbing this mountain, and my palms are sweating. Every time I watch this sequence, my palms are sweating. And I know it's not Roger Moore up there, but I get that tightness in the chest because I'm like, oh my God. And he's climbing, and as he gets to the top, and he's got like those pins in the rock face to prevent himself, from falling down. But when he gets to the top, the guy sees him and kicks him off. And all of a sudden you see this massive far back camera shot, and this little character just falls down. And as the rope gets taut like that, he just dangles there like that. And the problem is the guy up top that had kicked him off, He's now going to where those clips are in the rock face and bashing him out with his gun. And every time he does it, Bond falls down, say, like probably another 20 meters down. And all he's using is a shoelace strapped on. And he's using that to kind of give himself leverage to slowly move up the rope. And it is so tense. Oh, my cat's just walking past. It is so tense and palm sweating. I love it. There are so many fun things about this movie, even the music. So John Barry didn't come back. There were tax reasons. He didn't come back. He couldn't record the score for this movie. And they brought in Bill Conti, who you probably know from Rocky. He did the songs, the musical score in Rocky. And he comes in here and he gives like this disco-esque score. And it suits this film so well. And every time there's a chase sequence, especially when they've got the little Citron at the sequence I mentioned and the ski sequence, this song kicks in, this beat. I love it. I'm going to put a sample of it in. I hope, fingers crossed, I'm going to put a sample of it in. I absolutely love it. I think this movie here, every time I watch it, I find something else to really... I find more and more about this movie to enjoy. I can't stress enough how... But it's not super gritty. Don't think of it like as a Casino Royale, but it is gritty in the fact that it doesn't pull its punches when the movie is showing the death of characters or horrifying sequences. Like there's a part when one of the henchman thugs called Locke, he's in his car and it's hanging off the side of the cliff, and he killed one of Bond's contacts. And Bond doesn't shoot him. He doesn't do anything. He simply kicks the car and puts enough leverage that the car flips over the edge and dies. And it's great. It's a sequence like that where you're just like, gee, I didn't expect that in a Bond film. And I know it's similar to how Bond does it in The Spy Who Loved Me, where the guy's holding his tie and he just smacks his hand away and he falls down. But this one here felt a lot harder when it happened, and it's hard hitting. I love it. I really do love this movie. I think For Your Eyes Only is up there. Everyone should be watching it. If it's not in someone's top 10, I think there's an issue. I think it's got a fantastic script, fantastic music. The acting from everybody in this film is top notch. Like, as I said, Roger Moore came back. He doesn't phone it in. He is committed to this role. And the acknowledgement of Tracy and in turn on Her Majesty's Secret Service means so much to me. And also, we've got an editor who's now been promoted to director in John Glenn. And this is his first James Bond directed movie. And he returns for the next 4 movies. So he does 5 total Bond films, and I feel like he's done a great job here, and he just gets better as he goes on. So top notch in that regard. Love this movie. Make sure you go out and watch it if you haven't. It's got to be on some streaming service somewhere. Now I'm going to do the stats of the movie, so let me open all of that up. Now the stats for this film. Okay, we've got the kill count from Bond. We have 9. Of mention is Blofeld, not Blofeld. So technically it is Blofeld, but it's also not Blofeld. So we've got a kill count of 9. So well done. We've got... Now I'm going to read out the locations because I've got it listed as 7, but we've got... He goes... Right, well, let me just do this. Let me be cheeky here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I've got 7... But I've got the Ionian Sea included here. Now, I don't know if I'm including land, like water locations, but I'm going to say 7. And it's got some beautiful scenery in this movie. I mean, he goes to Greece, Italy, and Spain in this movie. Absolutely phenomenal. And the final sequence where the massive rock, St. Cyril's, the massive mountain rock structure where the base is on top, the villain base is on top, that's just beautiful. Like, absolutely beautiful. And then finally, we have the ladies bedded. And there is only one. And it is not Melina Havelock, because we don't technically see that sequence. It is actually Countess Lizzle. Lissel. Countess Lissel. And she was played by Cassandra Harris. And that actress was actually married to a young actor at the time called Pierce Brosnan. And it was during the making of this movie that Pierce Brosnan came to set to visit her, and Cubby Broccoli saw Pierce Brosnan and thought, I'm going to keep this guy in mind because he's very Bond-esque. And, well, we know how that turned out. Or do we know the full story of that? We'll get to that in a couple of reviews. But I am so happy with this film. I have watched this movie probably 10 times over the last 2 weeks. I don't know why. This movie, every time I watch it, I'm glued. I'm glued to the screen with this movie. It is right up there with The Spy Who Loved Me. I adore this movie. Everything about it is phenomenal. Beautiful women in this movie. Beautiful locations. And the stripped back Bond with no gadgets is hard hitting. It does it all before Casino Royale, let me just say that. And yeah, fantastic. Now, this is actually the second time I have recorded this review. The first time I recorded was 24 hours ago, and my cat was scratching at the door. So now I've got the door open. So the sound might be a little bit off, but I've got the door open. My cat has walked past a handful of times. It has come in the room once. But the review is here. I am happy with that. And yes. Now, of note also is the channel. The channel is, I'm happy. The channel continues to gain subscribers little by little. That's all that matters. The reviews are getting views, which makes me happy because I never thought anyone would watch. So I'm just glad that people are watching, and the videos are getting likes. So I really just want to say thank you to every single person that is watching, that's liking, that's commenting, that is subscribed. If you share it, even better. Thank you very much. It really does mean a lot to me because I'm just one man doing all this. And yeah, it means a lot. I know the reviews take a little bit of time to be released every 2 weeks or so, but that's because, like I said, I'm still working. I'm doing all usual stuff. I'm editing for my wife's channel still and uploading that and doing all that. So I've got a little bit going on, but I absolutely love watching the Bond films, filming this, writing all the script, editing this, and then uploading it. I love it, and I love the fact that people are watching it. So I really do appreciate every person that's tuning in. You right there, I appreciate you. I'm just going to say a random name, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. Like the video, Sharon. But no, it means a lot. So yeah. Now the next film is Octopussy. And that will be out in about 2 weeks. And I will talk about that movie then. I was going to say something now, but no, I will wait until the review. We'll talk about it in that review. So until then, thank you very much for watching. Appreciate it. And stay happy. I hope you're all doing well. Let me know in the comments below anything you want to let me know, and I'm happy to reply. But until then, take care of yourselves, and Ross will return. Hi everybody, welcome to another fantastic, wonderful, awesome, amazing, brilliant, sensational, mighty review. Welcome to another review. I'm Ross, and this review is about Octopussy, 1983, starring Roger Moore in his 6th James Bond outing. I had to say that word slowly, 6th, because every time I say it, I either say Sith or I don't say 6th. So I had to say it slowly. Anyway, this is the 6th Roger Moore James Bond movie. And also, it is released, 1983, the same year that another James Bond movie came out. Yes, I know, shock horror. Another James Bond film came out. That movie was starring Sean Connery. Yes, Sean Connery, in a James Bond movie called Never Say Never Again. Now, why am I bringing that up? If you remember in my last review, For Your Eyes Only, I mentioned that Octopussy, and then... Well, Octopussy is an interesting film because it released in 1983 and it comes off the back of a year that in the media at the time there was a lot of talk about Bond versus Bond. It was Sean Connery, the original James Bond, versus Roger Moore, the new James Bond. Everyone just seemed to have forgotten that George Lazenby existed at this point. Most of the audience probably thinks the same thing, but he does exist and he was a fantastic Bond. Anyway, in 1983, we had the pretty much Bond versus Bond. We had Octopussy and we had Never Say Never Again. Now, Never Say Never Again is an interesting thing, and the reason I am speaking about it is because it plays into this movie a little bit. It kind of dictated how this movie was made and why certain things in this movie happen. So what happened is, all the way back in the 1960s, we got the movie Thunderball, which, if you remember, or maybe you don't remember, during the actual credits of that movie, during the song sequence, Thunderball, it actually says that it's produced by a gentleman by the name of Kevin McClory. Now, why his name might be familiar to some people is because he is a person that held the rights to the Thunderball movie, because originally Thunderball was written by Ian Fleming, but it was actually based on an unmade screenplay, which was written by Kevin McClory, and I think it was Jack Whittingham. And I'm going to check that name up, so just bear with me a moment. Yes, Jack Whittingham. So what happened is, way back before the Dr. No movie, Ian Fleming, author of the James Bond novels, he had it in his head that he wanted these novels, the character James Bond 007, he wanted that character and those stories to be made into feature films. He believed that they could be successful movies, and he had it in his head, so he sought out a producer, which was Kevin McClory, and Kevin McClory brought on a writer, Jack Whittingham, and all three of those people worked on this screenplay together, and eventually the screenplay turned into something that they were going to make into a movie. But what happened is, somewhere along the line, they all had a bit of a falling out. Ian Fleming decided to cut ties, but he used the screenplay, the idea for the screenplay, he used that whole story, and he turned it into his novel, Thunderball. And stupidly, he just presumed, I'm not going to give them any credit for this. I'm just going to take sole credit. Stupid. And he released the novel, and because of that, he got sued by Kevin McClory and said, hey, you know, what's going on here? This is our story and you've just stolen it. After a lengthy court battle, he ended up getting the rights to Thunderball and everything that was included in Thunderball, and that meant Spectre, Blofeld, and everything that was included in that story Kevin McClory could now use to make his own James Bond movie. And then somewhere along the line, the producers of the now James Bond movie, so you've got Cubby Broccoli and Harry Saltzman, said to Kevin McClory, we just want the rights for Spectre and Blofeld for at least 10 years, because we've got some of our stories that we've planned out with Sean Connery. We've got some of those story elements. We just want to tie them up. We'll put you as a producer on Thunderball, and then after that movie, we can use these characters for about 10 years, and then they revert back to you. They thought that they would not be making James Bond movies after that period of time, like after 10 years. Lucky for us, it's still going. And Kevin McClory was happy. And then in 1983, leading up to the release of Octopussy, which would probably be, I guess, 1982 when they would start making the movie. But either way, as they started to ramp up production on Octopussy, they heard through the media that there is another James Bond movie being made, and it is called we didn't know the name at the time, but eventually it was called Never Say Never Again. Sean Connery was on board helping them plan out the story. It was going to be pretty much a remake of Thunderball, just with some updated elements, and eventually Sean Connery signed on to star as James Bond, 007 in the movie. At that point, Roger Moore and Cubby Broccoli, who was the producer of the James Bond movies, they were having a little bit of a, in the media, a little bit of a negotiation, we could say, with Roger Moore returning as James Bond. Like I've always said, Roger Moore was on a 3-picture contract. That ended after The Spy Who Loved Me, and every film after that, it was on a film-by-film basis. They almost recast him in For Your Eyes Only, and then when it came to Octopussy, this film, they were pretty much ready to recast him. They had James Brolin, American actor, was screen tested. He was doing costume fitting. He had done the proper screen testing, like done the action sequences, done the dramatic sequences. Like, he was lined up and ready to go. And then when they heard news that James Bond in another movie was being played by Sean Connery, producers pretty much said, Cubby Broccoli pretty much said to Roger Moore, whatever you want,
Money, please.
we need you back. It was going to be risky putting a new actor up against an existing Bond, Sean Connery. They wanted someone that was familiar. And you've got to think, all the James Bond movies with Roger Moore were just becoming more and more successful critically and commercially. The audience loved them. It was making money. So they knew that they had a proper winning formula on their hands. Now they just needed to get this guy back. So they paid him a lot more money, got him back into this film, and in the year 1983, these movies pretty much released a couple of months within each other, and Octopussy proved to be the more successful film. And if you've seen Never Say Never Again, it's a good film. It's surprisingly, Sean Connery in it looks in better shape than he did in Diamonds Are Forever. Like I said, it's very surprising, but he seems to actually care when you watch Never Say Never Again. And I've always kind of thought about maybe reviewing Never Say Never Again. It's not a film that I own, but anyway, that's maybe down the line. But right now we're talking about Octopussy, and Octopussy, like I said, Roger Moore returns. Roger Moore is back now. He's probably in his mid-50s at this point, and it's showing. It's beginning to show. Look, this movie it's got a bit of a complicated plot. It is about diamond jewelry smuggling. It involves Octopussy, played by Maud Adams, who runs a circus, a all-women's circus, and they're using that as a cover to smuggle jewels, diamonds from location to location kind of thing. And then all of a sudden you've got this exiled Afghan prince called Kamal Khan, played by Louis Jourdan, who is fantastic in this movie, but he gets involved in it, so he's helping Octopussy smuggle things. But then Kamal Khan's kind of like, he's involved with the KGB, with the Russians, with a guy named General Orlov, and that guy there is just a psycho in this film, and he pretty much just wants to start World War III. He wants the Russians to be like the number one military force. He wants them to just control everything. And the whole idea is that he's going to use Octopussy Circus, which is in a US military base in Germany, to plant a bomb in the circus, which will blow up on Germany land, and then the Germans will believe that the Americans will believe that the Germans bombed the circus and the base, and then the Americans will believe that look, it's confusing, but he's trying to start World War III, and it's pretty interesting. Like, okay, that's the plot of the film. Let's talk about how this movie begins. It begins in Cuba. It's got Roger Moore playing like a Cuban military leader, and he sneaks into this warehouse dressed as a Cuban general. He goes into the base. He plants a bomb in there only to be arrested. They now know who he is, and he's transported off. The only thing is his contact, which is a very beautiful, sexy woman, she's traveling beside him in her Jeep, and on the back of the Jeep, it's kind of got like a trailer, a horse trailer with a tail sticking out. So she's traveling behind, and she distracts the guards long enough, and Roger Moore's got these like eyes telling him to have a look at her. She's quite attractive, and they eventually do it, and he pulls the actual parachute. They go flying back. So he escapes with her, and then tells her, "Look, I'll meet you down the line. I need to take care of this." He jumps into the back, into the horse trailer, and then you see it go down like that, and a small little single man like aeroplane comes out of the jet plane comes out of this, and there's this really fun and very quick sequence where he's in this like little jet. I think they call it an Aerostar, but I'm going to call it a jet. He's in this jet and he's flying around over where the Cuban army base is. He's flying around it and everything until they shoot a missile at him. So now he's being chased by this missile in this jet, and he goes back for the warehouse where he was planted the bomb before, because they've dismantled or they've deactivated the bomb. He flies into it as they're shutting the doors on him. He flies in on the side, goes through the base, out the other side, flies off, and the bomb goes in, the missile goes in and blows up. And I love this shot because you see Roger Moore inside there, and just behind him you see the explosion going off. And it's such a good sequence because it really does take into everything. It shows the practical side of the James Bond movies with a real jet being flown around. This thing really existed. It was a real proper jet. It was I think it was like world record, the smallest jet in the world at this point. So you see the practical side of things. Then you see the stunt work at play, because when it's flying through the base, it's actually just a prop, and it's got like a pole attached to a vehicle which is being driven, but you don't see the vehicle because they've put all things in front of in the foreground of the frame, and the plane's just traveling on the side like that. So you don't actually see it. If you pause it, you will, and I'll probably put it on screen to show, but it's so well done, all of these things. And then when the actual warehouse blows up, that's all just a miniature. And I was watching some behind the scenes, and they said that the effects guys, they had to individually glue each piece of metal, well, plastic, but metal structure of this base down so that when it blows up, it sends all of these bits off individually rather than just as large chunks. And it's the dedication to these types of things that's why I love the Bond movies. Now, the reason I mentioned about Never Say Never Again and having an impact on this film is because they knew that, okay, this is going to be a little bit risky for us, because this is the original James Bond, Sean Connery, going up as his pretty much replacement James Bond, Roger Moore. And Roger Moore was loved by audiences, but this is the original guy. So they made sure that this film went from what they were doing in For Your Eyes Only, which was more of a grounded spy espionage take on James Bond, similar to what Sean Connery was doing back in the early 60s. And this one here, they took it more and played it more to Roger Moore's strengths, which was more fantastical, more over the top, bigger stunts, bigger everything, but not as big as Moonraker. But it took all those elements that we knew from Roger Moore's films and threw them on the screen, and it played it up to the fullest. Like, pretty much, if you're an audience member, you've got Roger Moore on the screen and you've got Sean Connery on the screen. This is the James Bond movie. This is the one made by the previous guys. That one there is just starring the previous guy, but this is the one that you need to come and see. And that's how this whole film is. It really plays up on that. Like I said, you've got the bad guy Kamal Khan, and he is so over the top in the way he's a villain, but he's so suave about things. The way he talks, he's so elegant. The way he talks, he's so proper. He's perfect. This guy, he's a fantastic villain. Louis Jourdan is brilliant. He's a guy, I've never seen him in anything else, but I watched this film and I'm like, man, this guy's so cool. Like, I would love to have a meal with this. Probably not the meal that they have in the movie, but I would love to sit down and have dinner with this guy. He's pretty cool. I'd like to hear his story. And then he's got a sidekick, well, not a sidekick, he's got a henchman in this film called Gobinder. And Gobinder is this very tall Indian muscular man. He looks like a brick wall. He's like almost a mixture between Oddjob and Jaws. And this guy is, he's a good looking guy. And apparently he was a bit of a heartthrob in India. So they cast him in this movie. And he's so intimidating in this movie. There's a part when Roger Moore's being held captive and he walks to his door and Gobinder's just standing there and he just looks at Roger Moore and Roger Moore's like, yep, kind of thing. Like, oh, okay, like that. It's so good. And there are so many fun things in this movie to enjoy. Like there's the locations. Can we just talk about India for a moment? I've never wanted to go to India. I've always thought it was every time you see it in movies, it looks overly crowded. It looks messy. It just doesn't look nice on screen. Octopussy has made me want to go to India. It looks gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Like you just see some of the scenery, the palaces that they've got, the architecture, everything is fantastic. It's such a beautiful place. And this film here really does show India off in such a beautiful way. Like absolutely fantastic. And like I said, all the locations, the action sequences in this movie. There's a part when they're on one of those like little scooters driving through the streets of India. And I mean, you've got people just coming at the back and they're just running up. And then you've got Bond's like contact in India called Vijay. And he's belting him off with a tennis racket. And he was actually played by a professional tennis player, so it makes sense. But it's just little sequences like that where they really do play up to Roger Moore's strengths in this movie. And this is James Bond. Like, if you were to watch this film and never say never again, I keep comparing the two and I shouldn't be doing that, but it really does speak for itself that although these movies were pretty much up against each other in 1983, this movie here was more successful, and it shows because when you watch this movie, there are so many beautiful things to see. Even all the stunt work in this. There's a part where James Bond's chasing a train on the train tracks in a car which with its tires blown off. And he drives onto the tracks and he is speeding up behind the train, eventually gets on the side of it and then jumps off the car onto the train, runs along the top, fighting off bad guys. So many fun things to see in this movie. There's fights in the palace in India. Beautiful women. Got to talk about the women. Maud Adams, she returns from, The Man with the Golden Gun. In that movie there, she played Andrea Anders. She was kind of like a slave to Scaramanga in that movie. But she was played by Maud Adams. And the producers of the movie, Cubby Broccoli said, well, let's get her back and she can help do the screen testing for the male actors that are coming through. We'll have her as the female lead in the screen tests. But they liked her so much that they actually just said to her, you know what, we're just going to offer you the role. You are Octopussy. And she was rapt. She was excited. And looking at her on screen, she's so beautiful. And I know at the time of release, I believe she was 39 years old. So she plays a more mature woman in this movie. But playing against Roger Moore's, I think he's mid-50s in this film, playing against Roger Moore as a 39-year-old to a mid-50s in this movie, his age difference isn't as noticeable. And don't get me wrong, it is noticeable. Like, you can see that Roger Moore is older. You can see that it looks like he's slowing down ever so slightly. And yes, there are more use of stuntmen in this movie. But he hasn't lost any of his charm. He hasn't lost any of his wit, any of his humour. He's still the Roger Moore we had in the previous movies. Age matters not to this guy. He is fantastic. And he still runs around and throws the punches and shoots and does this and does that. I mean, he's no Tom Cruise, but who is? But he's fantastic. And that's why I love this movie. Like, it actually took me a couple of years to really appreciate the movie Octopussy, because when I originally watched it, I just, oh yeah, it's a late era Roger Moore movie. He looks older. I'm not really here for this. But as the years have gone on and I've watched Octopussy a lot more, I've really come to love it. And I think I'm actually finding that this year, 2025, rewatching the James Bond movies, I'm discovering that I love, and I'm talking absolutely love, this current era of Roger Moore's films. And I don't think it's ever occurred to me how much I've enjoyed his movies until this reviewing. And this film here holds up. Like, it is fun from beginning to end. There are so many moments in this movie that I'm laughing at. There are so many moments in this movie where I'm just like, oh, Roger Moore, you legend. The women are beautiful. The action sequences are fantastic. You've got a really good villain antagonist in Kamal Khan. You've got his great henchman, Gobinda. Then you've got Maud Adams as Octopussy, who is brilliant in this movie. Very sexy. She's in charge. She's doing diamond smuggling. It's pretty much jewellery smuggling, diamond smuggling. And she's using her all-female circus to do it. And she's got like her, I wouldn't exactly say henchwoman, but she's got her, say, second-in-charge woman called Magda. And wow. Oh my Lord, is this woman beautiful. Unfortunately, when she's on screen with Roger Moore in their love scenes, it is very noticeable how old Roger Moore is looking. And also noticeable how gorgeous this woman is. I'm going to find out her name, so bear with me a moment, because I really want to pay respect to the fact that, wow, like how stunning and gorgeous she is. Yes, Christina Wayborn. She is beautiful. She's sexy. She's very funny in this movie and holds her own in the action sequences too. Like, she's actually doing a lot of her stunts here and there, and it's good to watch. But my only problem is when she's introduced in this film, you take her as almost like the femme fatale or something like that, which is fine. But then eventually you realise, oh, she's Octopussy's second in charge. As soon as Octopussy is introduced into this movie, which is between the 47-minute mark, that's when you hear her voice for the first time as she's feeding her octopus. And then you don't see her until about an hour into this movie when she first meets James Bond. As soon as Octopussy is in this film, introduced in this movie, Magda just kind of falls as a background character after that. She's in a couple of scenes here and there, but that's it. She kind of does, she's at the circus, she jokes around with the general, the American general, but that's about it. She doesn't really do much other than that. And it's a bit of a shame because she's built up in the beginning half of the movie as this really interesting female character, and then she's just thrown off to the wayside because now we've got Octopussy. And speaking of Octopussy, the movie's named after her, but like I said, about 45, maybe 50 minutes into this movie, she's shown her hand is as she's feeding the octopus, and she's talking with Kamal Khan. And then James Bond isn't introduced to her until maybe about an hour into this movie. And then an hour later, the film ends. And I'm like, oh, okay. So you've kind of used the first half to build up Magda, and then the second half is all Octopussy. And it just kind of feels a little bit off to me. She's still great when she's in the movie, but it just kind of feels like, oh, you only introduced her in the half. Anyway, I'm not going to nitpick. I still enjoy the movie. I love her in it. She's probably one of my favourite Bond girls, and that's no word of a lie. Like, she's brilliant. I absolutely love Maud Adams. I've only seen her in this and The Man with the Golden Gun, but she's great. She's fantastic. And this whole film is, from beginning to end, really well done. And John Glenn, director of For Your Eyes Only, returns. This is his second James Bond movie. And he returns in this film and he does a wonderful job. Like, you can see that he's very comfortable around the action sequences. He's very comfortable with the quick cuts and everything like that. He does a really good job in this. Also returning is John Barry, who now is back again as composer. And he uses the James Bond theme a lot more in this film. Every time he scores a movie in the Roger Moore era, the James Bond theme is used not as often as it was in the Sean Connery movies. But again, because of Never Say Never Again, it feels like they used it more often in this film. And it's a welcome return for me. I love when the James Bond theme is used. I'm always happy with it. And then you've got the title song, which is by Rita Coolidge, which is All Time High. And it's good. It's good. I'm not going to say it's great. I'm not going to say it's crap. It's middle of the road for me. It's good. I can listen to it on repeat as I can every James Bond song, but it's not one that I'll actively throw on. If it's on my playlist, it's getting a play. I'm not going to skip it. Let me just say that. Now, that's the film itself. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I've watched it probably 20 times in the last 2 weeks. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the kill count, James Bond's kill count. Now, it is an interesting one because he goes a bit gung-ho in this film. He kills 12 people in this film. Kamal Khan is not one of them. He's not one of them. There is this action sequence in the movie where James Bond is on a horse and he's chasing after a small plane. He manages to jump off the horse onto the plane just as it takes off and it's flying. Inside the plane, you've got Kamal Khan, Govinda, and they've kidnapped Octopussy. So Bond is going to go after, save her. He's on top of the plane and Kamal Khan and Govinda are in the cockpit and they're like, he's on the roof kind of thing. And Kamal Khan turns to Govinda and pretty much tells him, get out there and get him. And throughout the whole film, Govinda has been like, yeah, no problems, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it, don't worry about that. This is the only time in the movie where he's turned to Kamal Khan and second-guessed him like, pretty much, are you sure? And then when he goes out on the plane, whoa. Now, obviously, stuntmen at work here, fantastic, love all the stunts, but 2 stuntmen on the top of the plane, flying through the air, and these guys are having a fight. And the way Bond dispatches with Govinda, he gets an antenna, bends it back, and then lets it go, and it smacks Govinda in the head, and he gets distracted and flies off the plane. And then manages to get Octopussy and goodbye Kamal Khan. And anyway, so the kill count, you've got 12. He dispatches a couple of people in this movie. There are 2 other characters in this movie. They work at the circus, but they kind of work more for Kamal Khan, I think. I'm a little bit unsure about that. And they're called Mishka and Grishka. And they're knife throwers in this movie. And after we got the pre-title sequence, then we got the song, and then we've got the next part, which is the post-title sequence, I guess. And it shows a clown running away from the circus, which we find out is 009, and he's holding this Fabergé egg. And when he's running away, he's being chased by Mishka and Grishka from the circus, and they're knife throwers, as I said, and they kill 009. So throughout the whole film, it's kind of like a little bit of it's hardly mentioned, but you know that Bond is going to get revenge for 009. And I love the way he dispatches these guys, and I just love it. Tiny little things like that always make me happy in movies when they do it well. Even to the point where you actually, there are 2 points in this movie where you're almost like, oh, I think Bond's going to get it now. And it's when he dispatches one of the knife guys, and then another one is going after him, and you think he's about to get it, and then he manages to open up the door, swings inside, pulls out the knife, and then throws it and kills the guy. And the second time that you think, oh my God, Bondi's going to get it, is Bond manages to make it to the army base where the circus is, and they've planted a bomb inside. and Bondi's trying to warn the army general, and this guy's like, I don't believe you, they're trying to arrest Bond. He manages to escape, and he's screaming at them there is a bomb here, everyone is going to die, you need to get out of here. And when they finally reveal the bomb, there's like 13 seconds left. I just watched it before again, and I'm like, 13 seconds? I thought there was like 2 minutes. 13 seconds left. Bond disarms it, but it's like 13 seconds. Oh, so you actually like, is this guy going to do? He does. But yeah, anyway, that just little things like that in this movie, in Octopussy, that I really enjoy. Now, locations visited. Now, the pre-title sequence begins in Cuba, but was actually filmed in London. But Cuba, we've got London, we've got India, we've got East Germany and West Germany. And I am going to count them because East Germany, West Germany, I'm going to count them. So we've got 5 locations in this movie, and the women bedded or shagged. 2, we've got Magda, who I said is beautiful, absolutely stunning. I'm not going to go over this anymore. And the second one is Octopussy, who, surprisingly, Bond could have ended up with her after the events of this movie. Kind of, the way the movie goes. But anyway, I have so much fun. I keep saying that, and it's weird because, like I said, up until this reviewing of the James Bond movies, the Roger Moore era films for me had always been, like, I'll always watch The Spy Who Loved Me, and I'll always watch For Your Eyes Only. Those are the 2 that I will always pay attention to when I'm watching them. 6 films in, I am paying attention to each of the movies and loving them all. Like I said last time, I even went back and rewatched Live and Let Die, and I rewatched The Man with the Golden Gun, and I had a lot of fun with those movies. And I think that's what is being proven with Roger Moore here, is that his streak as Sean Connery, his streak as James Bond is utterly fantastic, and I am really finding a new appreciation for these movies, and I don't know if that's going to continue when it comes to his next entry and final entry. The next movie is A View to a Kill, and it is the final Roger Moore James Bond 007 movie, and we will talk about that in 2 weeks, and I will return, believe me. But until then, I want to thank every single person that is watching these videos. I know, look, to me it means a lot. I know the views aren't huge. I'm not getting thousands of views. I'm getting hundreds of views, and those hundreds of views make me happy. They really do mean a lot. Every like I get, every comment I get, every new subscriber, 1, 2, 3 here and there, it really does mean a lot to me, and I truly do appreciate it. Like, I don't know how much I can say, how much I just really am grateful that people are viewing these videos. And it's not just me and my family, because I don't have 100+ people in my family, so I know you're not viewing them, family members. Yeah, so that's it. And I never really tell people like and subscribe and everything like that. But if you do enjoy the video and you do feel kind enough to like and you do feel kind enough to subscribe, do it. If not, it's cool. Keep watching. It's fine. But yeah, I just wanted to say from me to you, thank you very much. It really does mean a lot. Now, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to turn this off so I can start editing. But I wanted to just say thank you again. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I will return in the next review. Hi everyone, and welcome to another episode of my James Bond film series reviews. This one here, we're actually talking about the 1985 release of A View to a Kill, which is the 7th and final Roger Moore outing as James Bond. What are my thoughts on the movie? Well, I'm going to actually talk about that now. Now, I'm doing something slightly different because it is raining pretty heavily in Melbourne right now, which is where I live. And I'm just looking outside here, and it's coming down, and we have a tin roof, so it does sound a lot worse. So I'm hoping that the audio kind of is okay in this review. I might be stopping and starting frequently, so you might see some jumps where I'm standing and things like that. I'm going to try and keep it as good as possible, but I'm just concerned because I don't want the audio to be really bad with rain and everything like that. But anyway, let's get into the review. So as you know by now, I have been watching and reviewing these James Bond movies probably for about 6 months now. I think I started in January of 2025. And I have been trying to bring them out every 2 weeks, sometimes every 3 weeks. Just depends on just depends on how busy I've been, really, to be honest. A View to a Kill for me was interesting because it has been one of the movies previously that I've watched, and I've always been negative on it. The other movies like that were The Man with the Golden Gun. I would watch that movie and I was always negative on that movie. I didn't like the plot. I didn't like the character of Scaramanga, the way he was put into the film. The storyline, cat and mouse game wasn't really there. This film here for me has always been negative because I've always thought Roger Moore looks so old. He's so clearly old in this movie. I'll get to all of that a bit later on. So what I did is, instead of waiting for people in the comments to tell me, you need to rewatch this movie and judge your thoughts on this film, I decided to do something. I watched the movie, I wrote my thoughts, I recorded something. It took about two days, and then I rewatched the movie. And now with the pressure of the review out of my mind, I said, I'm just going to go and watch this movie now. I've done my job. I'm going to go and enjoy this movie, and then I'm going to come back, wait about a week, and then give my thoughts and record what you're watching now. And I feel like that was the way to do it, because leading up to this, I've never been positive on A View to a Kill. I've always tried to kind of avoid it whenever I'm doing a rewatch. I've just never enjoyed it. But now it's different. All right, I'm going to get into the plot of this movie. I'm just going to get straight into the plot because I think it's probably the best way to do it. So the movie opens in Siberia. James Bond is there, there's snowy mountains all around him, and he finds the body of a deceased 003, another fellow agent of his. On his body, there's a microchip. This microchip, we later find out, has an imprint, and it's a copy of Zorin Industries, and they make microchips. Bond has this escape sequence in the snow, which is pretty actually enjoyable. And is it one of the first times we see the snowboard on film? I think it might be. But anyway, Bond escapes, gets away, kills a couple of people here and there. He escapes. We cut to probably one of the best songs that's been put into the James Bond franchise up to this point. Duran Duran's A View to a Kill. This song is a belter. It is amazing. I can put this song on loop endlessly. There are many more great theme songs to come, but this is easily top 10 quality. This is brilliant and fantastic. Not a great fan of the music video, if you've ever seen that, but the song itself is tremendous, tremendous. And I love it, like always, that John Barry, returning composer, uses the theme song in this movie as almost like a love melody that travels throughout the film. So I always love when he does that, and I think it's always done really well. So Bond escapes, we cut to the theme song. After the theme song, Bond gets back to MI6. That's where we find out that, yes, the microchips are a copy of Zorin Industry microchips, which are owned by Max Zorin, as played by Christopher Walken. And I'm not sure if it's Walken or Walken. I've heard some people... Christopher Walken, that's how I've always said the name. That's how I'm going to say it. So he creates these microchips. These microchips are very highly scientific because they can withstand an EMP blast, which is an electromagnetic pulse, which is created after a detonation of a nuclear weapon. And these microchips can withstand that. So MI6 says to Bond, you've got to go out there, find out what Zorin knows about all this, and do your work, do your job, find out what's going on. So Bond does. He goes out there, he figures out that, yes, Zoran is working with the Russians to a degree. He's working with them. He's working with the Russians. He's creating all these microchips. He's stockpiling all these microchips. And his end game is to go to San Francisco, detonate a massive bomb, and flood Silicon Valley. He wants the San Andreas fault lines to just crumble, like that scene from Superman the movie. He wants those fault lines to crumble and just flood Silicon Valley. And what that'll do is that'll just wipe out the entire competition of microchip places on the market, and he will be the only one. So people will have to come to him. I'm not sure why he needs these to be EMP resistant. I don't think that's ever really mentioned in the film. I think that's just an interesting thing put into the movie so then that it can be implied that nuclear war is a thing that could potentially happen. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe that's why. But anyway, so Max Zorin is going to blow up the San Andreas fault lines and flood the market and do all this and do all that. And it's Bond's job now to stop him with the help of a geologist called Stacey Sutton. Now, the plot of this movie is fairly similar to Goldfinger, which was released, I think, 21 years before this movie. And it's similar in the way that if you replace microchips with gold, Max Zorin and Goldfinger have pretty much a very similar concept, whereas Max Zorin wants to flood Silicon Valley and have a monopoly of microchips throughout the world, and once he's got that, he can just drive the prices up. Auric Goldfinger wanted to do the same thing to the market, to the stock market with gold. He wanted to irradiate Fort Knox, which is the American gold supply, and then all of a sudden he owns gold that isn't irradiated, and now you've got to come to him for gold and drive the price up, and he's a rich man. It's a simple plot. It's a simple plot in Goldfinger. In this film here, it's a bit more far-fetched, a bit more psychotic and chaotic, but it's done so well here. And it's believable because Christopher Walken plays the role of Max Zorin exceptionally well. Like, I have watched this guy in so many other movies. This is the era of James Bond movies where I'm very familiar with the actors because I grew up in the 80s. I was born in 1984, but I used to work at a video store, so I would watch plenty of movies with these types of actors in them, and it's so interesting to see that the caricature of Christopher Walken that we know now, the real over-exaggerated type of character that he is now, was played all the way back in 1985 with this film, and I think it's done exceptionally well by him. He plays it perfectly. He's charming when he needs to be. He can go from calm to psychotic like that, and he does so multiple times in this movie. And I just love the fact that he'll be talking to Bond at some points in this movie. He'll be talking to him, all of a sudden he'll just start cracking a massive smile and just start laughing. And he does not care who he kills, who he hurts, or who he injures. This guy is deadly, and I love it. I also really enjoy the backstory that he was like the child of a Nazi experiment during World War II. That just kind of, you wouldn't think that would fly in a Bond film, but surprisingly, it works in this movie. And the moment when General Gogol, who is returning from previous Bond films, confronts him in this movie, you just see him flip. You see him actually just snap, and it's a wonderful moment. It's just, there's no remorse. You do not feel any remorse for this character. There's no redeeming quality. He's just fun to watch, and he's a really great villain. He plays it exceptionally well. Christopher Walken does a phenomenal job, and he's worth watching this film alone. One interesting fact that I found out a few years ago that I would love to have an alternate cut of this film with this actor was that David Bowie had originally been offered the role of Max Zorin. He had accepted the role and then soon after dropped out before filming begun. His reasoning was that he didn't want to be doubled all the time by a stunt actor. He wanted to do his stunts himself, and obviously they're not going to let him do his stunts himself. Unless you're Tom Cruise and you're a producer on the movie, you're not doing that. And it would have been fun because you've got Grace Jones as Max Zorin's henchwoman in this movie, Mayday. And it would have been amazing to see David Bowie, a singer/actor, acting with Grace Jones, a singer, model, and actress also. That, like I said, that would have been some casting that I would love to see happen. It can't happen, obviously, but not now. R.I.P. Mr. David Bowie. He was a brilliant musician. But it is one of those things where I always think back, oh, imagine what if we got that. Also, what if we got that? What if we ever had a David Bowie themed 007 theme song? That would have been awesome. We didn't, unfortunately. But it's fine. We got Christopher Walken. He's just as good in this movie. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Watch it for him alone. Next up, we have his henchwoman, Mayday, as played by Grace Jones, who is athletic. She's terrifying on screen. She is muscle-bound. She's strong. She's tough. Very sexy. And did I say terrifying? I think I mentioned terrifying. She's played perfectly in this movie. I have never seen Grace Jones in anything before this or after this movie. All I know is her from this movie. I know that she's a singer. I know that she's a model. And I'm always worried when they come into acting roles. But I think she was perfectly cast in this movie. I know from behind the scenes and the audio commentary on the movie, she was a bit of a handful behind the scenes. I think it's implied by Grace Jones during the making of documentary of this movie that she tried to stay in character as Mayday behind the scenes, which I think, well, obviously it works because on screen you totally believe her as that character. But I think it may have hurt her chances behind the scenes with forming friendships and things like that. And I know that Roger Moore has come out and said that he didn't get along with Grace Jones and they didn't get along with each other. But you would never know that on screen. They are so professional, the both of them, on screen, that when they're actually on screen together, which isn't that often in this movie, but when they are on screen, you never know. They're like I said, very professional. They have great chemistry on screen when they do have the screen time. And yeah, truly an amazing henchwoman. And you normally find the muscle-bound henchwoman character or henchman character is normally reserved for the likes of like Oddjob and Jaws. And then you've got Grant in From Russia with Love. But here in this film, she's a tall, black, athletic woman. And she would stand right beside those characters and she'd be just as terrifying. And like there's one part when the KGB and Zoran are having communication together and she just picks up this guy and lifts him over her head. Amazing. Like, I know they would have used wire work and stunt people, but you just believe even when she tames the horse. Fantastic. Obviously, they always put these muscle-bound hench people character roles in the movies and they've got these unbelievable feats of strength that they show. And I do love that with this character because they didn't hold back. They didn't just make her like the femme fatale. They made her the villain, like hench woman that you are terrified if Bond ever comes into contact with her. So I think well done for the producers for that, the writers, and Grace Jones for actually pulling it off, making it believable. And another thing I do like about the character is her turn in this movie. We had the turn of Jaws in Moonraker where he helps Bond aboard the Moonraker space station because it's hinted at that he's not a perfect specimen kind of thing, so they want to repopulate the Earth with perfect specimens. So his turn was well done. It was a little bit hammy, obviously, but it was well done. But in this movie here, Mayday's turn from villain to hero to help Bond is all done because Max Zorin is a psycho. There's a part in the movie, brilliant part in the movie, where they're trying to flood Silicon Valley, so they're going to blow up the San Andreas fault line, and they've got this massive mine area done up. And that, obviously the mine area was all built on the soundstage, 007 soundstage. And you wouldn't believe it. If you looked at it, you're like, we're actually underground in this area. That's how realistic it looks. But yeah, Zoran just turns against his people, pulls out a machine gun and just shoots down all these contractors that are there, detonates an explosion which in turn floods part of the mine, and he sacrifices even Mayday, who's been his like kind of love interest, but definitely his henchwoman. He's number one side piece on the side. Not side piece, but he's number one woman on the side. And he doesn't care. He just guns them all down, escapes, and he wants to watch the explosion from his blimp. He wants to watch the flood, the San Andreas fault. He wants to watch that crumble and just take out Silicon Valley. That's how psychotic this guy is. And I love him, and I believe the moment when Mayday turns against him, I totally believe it because of that. So well done for them. Well done to her. And like I said, she's wonderfully played in this movie by Grace Jones. The next person I want to speak about is Stacey Sutton, as played by Tanya Roberts. I had to think of her name then. I'm like, oh no, her name is Tracy Roberts in the movie and she's played by Stacey Sutton. No, she is Stacey Sutton in the movie as played by Tanya Roberts. Again, beautiful. This woman is stunningly gorgeous. She is probably one of the most attractive women we have seen in a Bond film in a long time. And unfortunately, she cannot act for the most part in this movie. She comes across as very wooden. Her line delivery is fine. I'm not an actor. I get in front of a camera, as you can see right here, and I am always worried that I'm not talking correctly, not doing something correctly. And I just fluff it off like, oh, well, I'm doing it for YouTube. It's for my entertainment and the 100 or so people that watch or subscribe to me. She's got a lot more pressure on her. She's in a Bond film. These are the biggest movies of all time. And I just find her acting to be a little bit wooden. There's parts in this movie where she does act quite well. She is portrayed wonderfully by Tanya Roberts. She looks gorgeous. And then there's a part in the City Hall elevator shaft when it's on fire and her screeching, James! James! Over and over again is like nails scratching against a chalkboard. It is terrible. But I like her character in this movie still. I like the character of Stacey Sutton. I'm not such a massive fan of Tracy Roberts. But Tanya Roberts, sorry, not Tracy Roberts, Tanya Roberts. But Stacey Sutton as a character is quite interesting. She's a geologist. She has a family business, her grandfather's family business as an oil tycoon, and he's got these pipelines that Max Zorin wants to buy the company to use these pipelines to help flood Silicon Valley. And he offers her money, and that's Bond notices that, and that's how she gets roped into the story. But she's adamantly against selling her business, adamantly against supporting anything in Max Zorin because she knows what he wants to do. Or not knows what he wants to do, but knows he's got negative intentions behind this. And I love the fact that she's roped into the story that way. And I actually do. I like her character. I like her character and her relationship with Bond in the father-daughter relationship that kind of starts off at. Like, we're introduced to her fairly early in the movie, but we're not really... Bond and Stacey really don't get proper time together until about midpoint of this movie onwards. And I respect the filmmakers because they've given her a lot of screen time in this movie. But when she's introduced to Bond at her house, that's when I feel their relationship really gets going. And it's good because he does take on almost like the mature father looking after his younger daughter in this movie at the beginning. But when their relationship turns loving and sexual later in the film, that's when I've got issues. Like, if they just kept it as a father-daughter type of relationship, I would have been much happier with her casting, Roger Moore's age, and everything. but it doesn't play that well in the later, say, 10 minutes of the movie. That was my cat, sorry, if you heard that. But as I was saying, it doesn't play that well in the last, say, 10 minutes of the movie. It's always a little bit... I'm always on edge whenever they try and put an older Roger Moore with a much younger female character. And it only really happens in this film, and it kind of happens in For Your Eyes Only. In Octopussy, they got away with it because they cast Maud Adams, an older, more mature woman, and she was only like 39 or 40 years old at the time of filming the movie. But it worked perfectly for those films. Here, much more noticeable. But I still really like her character in this movie. She's part of some of the big action sequences. She really plays the character well. But just some of that wooden line delivery. I had the same issues with Lois Childs as Dr. Holly Goodhead in Moonraker. And I didn't forgive her in that film, and I'm not going to forgive the wooden acting in this film. She just does not sell it as well as what I would like. Now, speaking of age, I don't like the fact that I have to mention it, but Roger Moore is clearly aged out of the role here. I think that's a problem with some of the James Bond actors. I think the producers get way too comfortable with the actor, they're happy with the actor's performance, happy with the money coming in, and they keep the actor on. They've done it with Sean Connery, they've done it with Roger Moore, they will do it later on. Here it's really noticeable. Roger Moore has come forward and said between Octopussy and A View to a Kill, he had some work done. He has some cosmetic surgery, I believe it was, around his eyes. He had his mole removed. And when he first appears on screen in Siberia, and he's in the snow and he's fully covered and you see his face close up, I always get a little bit, he's aged a lot. Like, leading up to this movie, he always looked younger than his age. This film here, he looks older than what his actual age is. And I don't like bringing it up because I don't like to be negative in that regard, but it is highly noticeable and it does, unfortunately, affect a little bit of my enjoyment with the movie. There are moments in this film when the action sequences, you can clearly tell they're a stunt double, and I don't like mentioning that all the time because normally if the stunt double is done well, I don't care if it's James Bond the actor or if it's James Bond the stunt actor doing the scene, but here it's really noticeable and it really just kind of pulls you out a little bit. Like, you can tell that Roger Moore isn't in as better shape as he once was, and that's fine. The actor is older, but the movie still tries to play it up as this guy is in his mid to late 40s rather than in his mid to late 50s. And I feel that it kind of shoots itself in the foot a little bit because the henchmen he fights are older, he's wearing clothing that isn't as tight-fitting as it once was, and the stunts, like I said, highly noticeable. And the stunts in this movie are fantastic, like the Eiffel Tower, the Paris sequence with the Eiffel Tower, the chase sequence that follows, the beginning sequence in the snow with the Siberia when he's on the skis and the jet ski. Some wonderful, even the mine shaft at the end on the San Francisco Bridge. There are some real wonderful sequences in this movie, but I just feel like they tried to mask his age by just putting older characters around him. And you do notice it heavily when he's played off alongside Tanya Roberts. When he's standing beside Tanya Roberts, when he's with Max Zorin, it's highly noticeable. Even there's a part in the movie where they've got a sequence where he comes out of the water, he meets a Russian agent, Paula Ivanova, and they go to a spa together. And every time I look at that sequence, I always cringe just slightly because you can clearly tell that they're trying to just hide his figure. And I really don't. I'm not a picture of perfect health at all. He looks better than I do So I'm not really one to say it, but this is the guy that they're putting on screen as James Bond. And I feel like it's a bit of a blame put toward the producers because they should have just let Roger Moore exit with Octopussy and hired a new actor to replace him in this film. And I would have been much happier, I think. Like, I have to say that this is Roger Moore's final outing. This is 7 films deep, and Roger Moore is exactly what the James Bond franchise needed. Let's not lie. Sean Connery was around 1971, I believe, was Diamonds Are Forever. And he looked old, pudgy, bored. He only returned for the money, which he put to good use, but you can see his visible disdain for the producers in that movie. He's clearly only there for the reasons I already mentioned, and it shows for the most part on screen, unfortunately. And I feel like it ruins his first movies before returning because of that reason. With Roger Moore, it's different. Roger Moore from beginning, Live and Let Die, to the end, A View to a Kill, he's always charming, a ladies' man, and he's always professional on screen and behind the camera. There has never been a report of Roger Moore being rude. There's never been a report of Roger Moore being anything but a gentleman. Even with Grace Jones, he handled situations with her brilliantly, apparently, according to behind the scenes. And that was when Roger Moore was alive. So since his passing, there's never been any reports of Roger Moore being anything but a gentleman. And he puts that out on camera. He's always treated the character James Bond with respect, the series with love, and his audience, his fans, with the same respect. And that's why I love Roger Moore. I have always put Roger Moore toward the bottom of my actors playing James Bond. But after this year, 2025, has really turned me around on Roger Moore as James Bond. He just constantly moves up on my list, and I absolutely adore his movies. Even this film here, A View to a Kill, I really, really, really enjoy this movie. I have so much fun watching this movie, and I would highly recommend it to anybody that is after a fun James Bond movie. I know that there's been... I know it's been treated with negativity in the past. I know, like I said, Roger Moore's age has been a bit of a thing with people. It's been a bit of a thing with me. But it can't change the fact that when he is on screen, you just kind of put it on the back burner. And he's fantastic. Like, there's... And I know that they hide it well because, like I said, they cast older actors in the supporting roles. It's noticeable when you're at MI6 and you've got M, you've got Moneypenny, and you've got Q, who are all around the same age as Roger Moore, and they all look older. And I went back and I looked at the early Lois Maxwell, who plays Moneypenny. I looked at her earliest scenes in the Sean Connery era to her scenes now with Roger Moore, and I'm like, she's still beautiful and graceful, but it's just like seeing these actors age up. It's just, I don't know. It kind of, it hits you here. But this is kind of an overview review of not only A View to a Kill, but it also feels like with the next film, with Timothy Dalton coming on board, it feels like a shot of adrenaline has been kicked into the James Bond franchise at that point. It feels like a big refresh, not a reboot. No. We didn't get that until Daniel Craig, but it feels like a refresh. New faces, new characters, almost like a new era. But like I said, let me get back to this movie. A View to a Kill, Roger Moore, A View to a Kill. This movie is fun. It's a highly enjoyable movie. Yes, it's very reminiscent of Goldfinger, and I'm not going to try and deny that. It is. It has many elements that made Goldfinger present here, plot-wise. But I think it's done really well. I think Max Zorin is a wonderful villain. I think his henchwoman Mayday, played by Grace Jones, is beautiful and terrifying at the same time. So I think she fits that role perfectly. That heavy role, that henchwoman character, plays it perfectly. Tanya Roberts as Stacey Sutton, whilst she does have some wooden acting, also fantastic. Also beautiful. She's played as well as she can be played. And I think some of the scenes we get, some of the scenery, the locations, Paris, beautiful. The action sequences, fantastic. San Francisco, I can finally say, as an Australian, that I have been to a Bond location. My wife and I, on our honeymoon in 2019, went to Fisherman's Wharf, went to San Francisco. So it was like my sneaky little thing to get my wife to go to a Bond location. And San Francisco is beautiful. I haven't been there since 2019 and we're in 2025 now. I don't know if it's still the same, but it is beautiful. Alcatraz Island. But what we see in this movie, the views from the blimp itself, the Golden Gate Bridge, just the scenery in general. I am such a big fan of just the way James Bond franchises, or the James Bond movies, show off the locations. They're like a postcard. It's like, I wonder what this is like. Throw on that James Bond movie and you'll see, and it shows the best of those cities and those countries, those places that you want to visit. And I think this film does it well. And I can actually say that I adore this movie. I'm really happy that I took a little bit longer to release this review. Really happy with it. I not emotional, but I do get emotional whenever the Roger Moore era comes to an end. I get less emotional with Sean Connery, maybe because we had his 5 movies, then we had George Lazenby, and then we came back to Sean Connery, and then we went into the Roger Moore era. I get less emotional with Sean Connery, but with Roger Moore it kind of really hits me hard because we've seen this guy now on screen for what feels like 12 years as James Bond, maybe 13 years as James Bond. When was Live and Let Die was 1973 and this is 1985, so 12 years. And yeah, it's kind of hard to just be moving on from the Roger Moore era. He's always been like I said, a Bond that I've always kind of not really loved as much as the others, but 2025 reviewing these movies has just proven to me that this guy here is one of the best James Bonds that we had on the screen. And I'm so happy with A View to a Kill. I think that everyone should go out and watch it. Try and forget about the age. Try and forget about the fact that Roger Moore does visibly look older. And just put this film on out of order, watch it, have a good time, because that's how I am when I watch this movie now. I can honestly say that I'll be putting it on, watching it out of order, and I can watch it on repeat. I've watched it about 12 times now for this review, plus the audio commentary, plus the behind the scenes documentary, and each time I've enjoyed it more and more and more. And I think that this movie here is moving up on my list too. So that's how I'm going to end this review. I am going to be bringing up some stats though now, so give me a moment while I unlock my phone and bring up the stats. So yeah, in conclusion, love it all. But let me talk about the James Bond kill count. Now, surprisingly, we only have four kills, and all of them happen, 3 of them happen at the very beginning of the movie in the pre-title sequence, and then one of them is at the very end with Max Zorin. And even that's a little bit debatable, but we're going to go that he did kill Max Zorin in this film. Locations, we have Siberia, which is in Russia. We have London, England. We have Paris, France. And we have the San Francisco beautiful location in America. So 4 locations. And finally, ladies bedded, I have 4 here. I've got the agent that he meets up with in Siberia, female agent. Mayday, yes. Pola Ivanova, who is a Russian agent that was originally, I believe I heard correctly here, originally Pola Ivanova was meant to be the character Triple X as played by Barbara Bach. She was meant to return for this film to film a 5-minute sequence in this movie. She didn't return. Either she didn't want to or they didn't offer it to her officially. But we got Paula Ivanova and another beautiful woman in this movie. She's great. And finally, on Bond's bedded list, we have Stacey Sutton. And like I said, if they didn't put that in this movie, if they just kept them as a, say, father-daughter relationship, I would have been just as happy. I would have been even happier with this movie. But to conclude this review, thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Sorry about the delay in bringing this review. And also, if you haven't hit the notification bell with a subscribe, please do so. The reason I say that is because when I released my previous review, Octopussy, it was not showing up in any subscription feeds at all. Maybe for a few people, but what had actually happened is I released the review as I normally do, like midweek, early morning midweek kind of thing. I had forgotten that I released it on a certain day, so in Australia it would have been Wednesday morning. And when I was at work, I thought, I'll check out my review and see how it's going. And it didn't show up in my subscription feed, my personal subscription feed. And I'm like, well, that's a bit interesting. And then I went and I looked at the views and I'm like, ooh, that's very low. Even that's a bit interesting. And then I asked my wife, hey, honey, have you watched my video at all? And she goes, oh, it's not showing up. When are you releasing it? I said, well, it released like 12 hours ago. And she's like, oh, it's not showing up at all. And I got home, deleted the upload, re-uploaded it, released it a couple of days after that just to give it a little bit of time. And all of a sudden, it's now showing up in subscription feeds. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I was shadow banned or not. I have no idea. But if you can hit the bell notification, that will alert you whenever I put up a channel post, or whenever I upload something like a short or an actual review. And it just makes you more aware of what's going on. If not, hit me up on Instagram. It's up in the corner here or here. And that's about it. That's all I can really say. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for liking and subscribing. And I appreciate you, and I hope you're doing well. Let me know in the comments below what you think of, let me say it like this. Let me know in the comments below what you think of Roger Moore's era as James Bond as a whole. Let me know what you think about A View to a Kill in general. And also, what's your favourite Bond theme song? Because I'm very interested to know, because this one here by Duran Duran, easily in my top 10. And I'm interested to know what everyone else's is. So until then, bye. And I will return with my next review, which is the new James Bond actor with Timothy Dalton, The Living Daylights. So thank you very much for watching. Take care, look after your loved ones, and see you next time.